Chapter 252. Pei Ziyun was awoken by the heavy rain. He sat up and walked out of his room. A gust of wind blew against his face. A boatman saw him and bowed. "Young master, the rain is heavy, be careful." "Don't worry, are we there yet?" Pei Ziyun looked up at the sky. There was not much thunder in the sky, but the rain was getting heavier. "Young master, we've arrived at East Spirit Gorge. We're preparing to dock." Pei Ziyun saw that everyone was busy lowering the sails, lowering the anchors, building the bridge and tying the ropes. He did not want to disturb them. He looked around and saw that they were in a southwest direction. There were mountains, hills and gentle slope. A Taoist monastery could be seen. At this point, a lantern appeared in the rain. Pei Ziyun was surprised. He took a closer look and welcomed her. "So it's the sect leader. Why have you come personally?" It was indeed a sect leader. She had brought a few people with her. Even though she was wearing a raincoat, she could not withstand the wind and rain. Pei Ziyun hurriedly welcomed her onto the deck and invited her into the tea room. The sect leader didn't have any reservations as she took off her raincoat and boot. Honestly speaking, the dresses in this world were quite liberal. As the saying goes, beautiful silk threads reveal the skin. She was wearing a red dress. She then looked at Pei Ziyun and smiled. "The weather is rather cold. Can you get us some soup?" Pei Ziyun hurriedly gave the order and smiled. "Things don't have to be so urgent." "Actually, it's not urgent. I'm worried about the internal situation." The sect leader stood up and paced. Her voice was calm in the wind and rain. "Something has happened. I've observed the inner disciples, and was very disappointed. Some of the married disciples have been wives for a long time. Their way of thinking has become the same. The first thing they think of is how to clear up the situation and not implicate their husband and children. Some of the inner disciples have never seen the world before and are even more frightened. The Pure Moon Monastery has been around for hundreds of years. When there's nothing much to do, they're all slick and slick. When there's trouble, they're all scared stiff. AI, could it be that women can't be compared to men? This time, I brought a few people with me to let them see your methods, to see the world, and to recognize the spirit and decisiveness of the world's heroes. As the girl spoke, she walked to the window and looked up at the sky. The heavy rain poured down, pitter-pattering on the deck. As soon as he finished speaking, the few women who followed him revealed looks of dissatisfaction. One of them then bowed. "Sect leader, my sixth son is married to a fellow magistrate. Apart from that, there are a few others who are wives of officials. If we work together, we should be able to make the magistrate give in. Listen, they've been thinking about it for a long time. The only way is to ask their in-laws to pressure them and then send them money. Maybe they even want to send a few female disciples as concubines." The girl turned around and sneered. Pei Ziyun did not want to change the topic to the difference between men and women. He paused for a moment before saying, "There are many ways to solve this problem. What he said just now is not impossible." Just as he was about to continue speaking, the chef came in with a box of food. Carrying a teapot, he opened the box and saw a golden flatbread. There was a sizzling sound, and a fragrant smell assailed his nostrils. Everyone present had rushed here overnight, and were extremely hungry. Smelling the flatbread, they swallowed their saliva and did not speak. They then gave each of them a flatbread and poured them a bowl. "This is tea oil. The main ingredient is sesame, walnuts, and red date. If it's used by nobles, ginseng will be added. Just one sip and it will quench one's thirst." The sect leader then took a sip and laughed. "Isn't this just a pill used by unorthodox Taoists? How did you turn it into tea oil?" It was said that unorthodox Taoists had to act cool. This method of fasting was a common method used by Taoists. In actual fact, it was a method of condensing highly nutritious food. Some of them would even steam and dry the food 9 times. When they were hungry, they would secretly eat a few pills. Pei Ziyun then said, "Black tea goes well with this." Steaming and drying the food 9 times isn't a good idea. We're not unorthodox Taoists and do not need to resort to such tricks to earn money. We usually have meat as well, and there's no need to add gravy. Just this alone is not greasy, and can replenish one's energy quickly. When paired with meat pancakes, it would be great. When it's cold, I've already promoted this on my boat. At this point, Pei Ziyun finished his bowl of wine. He was the sect leader of Free Cloud sect, and a Tao master conferred by the imperial court. He had no qualms about killing anyone. He was only polite to the ladies, and was unwilling to meet these women. He then spoke coldly. Just now I said that it's not a bad idea to compromise. However, the situation now is different. The dynasty has just been established, and everything is new. Humans are forgetful. When the dynasty was first established, there was a magistrate who set a bad example. If we compromise right from the start, we will be bullied. Even if we compromise this year, what about the next year or the year after? If we compromise with a magistrate, what about the next magistrate who will take over? Not to mention the magistrate, and all the other officials will pounce on us like hungry wolves. Estates and properties are asset. Aren't your women's bodies and Tao arts assets? Which official doesn't want to marry a beautiful concubine who has both Tao arts and looks good for him? If there's a first, there will be a 15th. Our sect does have Tao arts, but if we push it to the end, we will either die or rebel. That's why we set a precedent. Although our sect looks sturdy, it's like an egg. Once it's dropped, it will break. Don't treat the outside and not the inside. We have to treat the root of the problem. To treat the root of the problem, we have to kill the officials. Pei Ziyun had a smile on his face as he calmly narrated this terrifying incident. When the women heard this, they were so frightened that their hands trembled. They dipped their fingers into boiling hot tea, causing them to feel pain. They didn't even realize it as they stared at him with their mouths agape. Even the sect leader couldn't help but take a deep breath. She then said, "Since that's the case, what do we do about the rules? We can't possibly send people to assassinate us." "Of course not. If we kill the officials directly, the imperial qi will rebound on us. Based on everyone's cultivation level, we will die immediately. Besides, if we kill the officials directly, the imperial court would be enraged. That would be a calamity. This magistrate thinks the same way as well. That's why he's so fearless." Pei Ziyun replied coldly, "But since our sect has survived until now and has not been swallowed, we naturally have a way. The first step would be to use peaceful means before resorting to violence. Go and have a talk with the magistrate. I believe you've already done that?" "We've already done that." The magistrate's mouth is full of official language, saying that he wants to plead for the lives of the people, and would never let him off. A female Taoist spoke out. Pei Ziyun wasn't surprised at all. His eyes were filled with melancholy as he looked around and said, "That's the next step. Actually, it's very simple. He's an official himself, a 5th-ranked official. He's the head of the prefecture, and can be said to be impervious to Tao arts. Other than a few types of Tao arts, it would be useless. But what about his family, his servants, and his children?" As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a huge door had been opened. Everyone started discussing amongst themselves. "Don't think too much about it. We have to be reasonable in our actions. Killing those people directly is out of the question. That would be breaking the law and angering the imperial qi." Pei Ziyun took another sip of tea and said, "Who doesn't have a family or children? That's why we have to do things in an upright manner. We won't kill anyone. All we have to do is capture his servants and interrogate them. The Yamen will say that under the law, what can't they say? Actually, under the law, what can't they say? Adultery, corruption, murder, disloyalty, and all sorts of other things. What can't we get? How can there be no political enemies in the court? Even if there aren't any political enemies, the imperial censors would be looking for someone to impeach him. They want to kill the magistrate so that they can get away with it. Send all these crimes up. Unless the magistrate is honest and upright, and has never done anything wrong in his entire life, he will lose his position. If not, he will be sent to jail. If not, he will be executed. If he's perfect, he's only perfect himself. Are his family and children perfect as well? Pei Zi-yun looked coldly at the storm. In the previous dynasty, there was an upright official who lived in a tent made of cloth. His utensils were made of bamboo. Even the poor scholars didn't want to use them. He only ate meat once a month. However, he was too upright and looked down on Taoist sections. He thought that this was a form of obscenity. He ordered for all the Taoist temples to be demolished. 10,000 worshippers knelt in front of the temples to protect them, begging them to stay. This official's temper flared up. In front of everyone, he broke an incense stick and smashed the furnace. He wanted to ban the temple forever. He told the crowd that if the horse couldn't drag down the statue, he would retract his order. In the end, the horse couldn't drag down the statue. The official was enraged and said that this was an obscenity that bewitched the people. He was willing to die together with them. In the end, the statue broke and he won. What happened next? Even the sect leader had never heard of this before. What happened next was very simple. This official was upright and upright. Although he wasn't a very high official, his title wasn't bad. It could be said that he died a good death. However, his descendants were targeted by someone. They cast spells on them. It wasn't Tao spells, but rather, they lured his descendants into breaking the law. One of them was executed and the other was sent to jail. Within a few years, he was reduced to a beggar. Pei Zi-yun sighed before laughing coldly. This doesn't matter who's right or wrong. If just because you're loyal to your country you can do whatever you want, wouldn't that make you a tyrant? This official sought justice and obtained it. To Taoist sects, his descendants should be repaid in the same way. In this world, we Taoists have the power. If you don't respect power, then you're guilty. A gust of wind brought with it the rain. After a few moments, it started to die down. Everyone had a stomach full of thoughts, but were rendered speechless by these few words. They couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Everyone, have you had your tea? Let's not waste any more time. Let's go to the mansion. Pei Zi-yun turned around and asked, Are there any famous temples nearby? The sect leader cleared her throat and said, There's a temple of the city god in every county. The city god temple is out of the question. It's a heavenly deity, and its position is different from ours. It can deal with other people, but not with officials. And to put it bluntly, the position of the city god is rather high. It's not easy to deal with him. There's a temple of the river god nearby. It's considered a deity, but not very high. It's only 30 miles away from the city. What do you think? The sect leader thought for some time before asking. All right, that's it. Pei Zi-yun replied without hesitation. Let's go to the river god temple to make arrangements. The few of you shall head to the city immediately. I'm sure the magistrate's office is asleep by now. Since you have martial arts skills, you should sneak in and use some incense to confuse people. Bring a few servants out of the city and to the river god temple. We shall then conduct a public trial. Make sure the magistrate's background is clean. Then hand all these to his political enemies. Let them send him to hell, Pei Zi-yun said coldly. He then turned around and smiled. Where's Yi-er? He should have let her witness this scene. Yi-er was supposed to come, but she's already at the 10th level of cultivation. I've left her in paradise to cultivate. The sect leader smiled as she spoke. All right, let's set off immediately, Pei Zi-yun said as he led everyone out onto the deck and into the rain. Chapter 253. River Deity Temple. The temple was built on the dam of the gorge, and the river water flowed through the gorge, nourishing it for 300 miles. It was the night of early spring, and the rain had lightened, but the wind brought a bone-chilling chill that made people shiver. An ox cart was traveling at night. The bells on the necks of the oxen that were pulling the cart had already been taken down. Someone was even carrying a big red lantern, illuminating the surroundings. In the dark of the night, the scene looked a little gloomy. The ox cart suddenly stopped. Listening to the sound of the river, a temple appeared. At night, the red lacquered door of the temple was hung with 2 large lanterns. When they reached the door, the sect leader and Pei Ziyun got down and entered the temple. The temple was neither dilapidated nor grand. A stone tablet was erected there. The stone tablet was modeled with the passage of time, and the handwriting was faintly discernible: River Deity's Merit Tablet. Pei Ziyun looked around. When he reached the main hall, someone had already lit up the candles. A statue of a deity dressed in an official's robe sat on top of the candles. His face was solemn, and he looked somewhat tyrannical. There were infernal judges and messengers of hell standing at the side of the hall, all of them baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Their expressions were ferocious and terrifying. Looking at Pei Ziyun immediately understood. The river deity was usually associated with the river. The river was violent and tyrannical. Hence, the river deity had to portray a violent and majestic image. Moreover, the commoners of this era were actually not afraid of power or virtue, and this was also justified. If he wanted to borrow the river deity's dojo and the projection of the river deity's main hall, he had to carefully inform and obtain permission. The sect leader looked at the statue of the river deity and retrieved 6 sticks of incense. She then handed 3 of them over to Pei Ziyun. Dao Master Pei, only these special incense sticks can communicate with him. Hearing the sect leader's words, Pei Ziyun wasn't surprised. The mortal world and the netherworld world were very different. Usually, they wouldn't be able to meet each other. This incense was a technique of the Taoist sect. Pei Ziyun received the incense stick as the sect leader lit it. The incense started burning and a green smoke rose up into the air. The 2 of them then placed the incense stick into the incense burner. She took out a piece of talisman paper with the matter written on it. The girl silently circulated her magic power, and the talisman paper instantly burned. Pei Ziyun stepped forward and bowed. Free Cloud sect leader Pei Ziyun pays his respects to the river deity. I'm here to borrow your treasured land. He took out the crown prince token and tapped it. Spiritual realm, river god temple. As far as the eye could see, there was an expanse of grayish-black. A large river flowed within, surging violently and emitting a loud sound. There was a palace in the middle of the river. It was supported by huge crystal pillars. The palace of the river god was different from other palaces. There was no roof on the palace. There was a skylight, and one could see the river when they looked up. The sparkling waves surged above the palace, but did not fall. There were a lot of fish, prawns, and turtles swimming around, but these were just a few. Inside the palace, the 3 red words, River God Palace, shone brightly. The palace was divided into 2 rows. One row was for judges and ghost officials, and the other row was for shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The atmosphere in the hall was eerie. At this moment, a dragon's roar could be heard. The river deity who was sitting on the main seat was startled awake and said, "Has a noble person arrived?" He stretched out his finger, and an image of 2 Taoists lighting 2 joss sticks appeared. At that moment 2 streams of qi descended from the sky. One was pale white and the other was pale red. The river deity took a deep breath and absorbed the qi. Another talisman letter floated down from the sky. The ghost official looked at the letter and hurriedly walked up to it. When he saw the letter, he trembled and handed it over to the river deity. He then whispered, "Master, there's a letter here. It's asking for your help." Hearing the ghost official's words, the river deity took the letter and flipped through it. He was somewhat frustrated. He then leaned against his throne and knocked on it, frowning. The incense had brought about a great amount of qi, and the river deity felt extremely comfortable. He then sighed, "A noble person is indeed extraordinary. It's just that this request of yours has put me in a difficult position." The river deity fell silent for some time. His eyes were filled with emotions. A ghost official took out a book and bowed down, waiting for a reply. Pei Ziyun walked several steps around the palace before looking at the sect leader and asked, "River deity hasn't replied yet?" The sect leader paused for some time before replying, "River deity might have some misgivings." The river deity looked at his own palace, and could still remember the dilapidated state it used to be. Later on, he invested in a scholar, and the scholar made a name for himself. He then mumbled to himself, "In this world, if you don't advance, you'll fall behind. Although there will be disasters, there will be blessings as well." He then looked at the ghost official and instructed, "Agree to their request. Since I have the crown prince's insignia, it's not my fault. It's still within the rules of the imperial qi, and I won't be viewed as an enemy by the imperial qi. Furthermore, they can borrow my name and reputation, which is beneficial to me. Although there will be disasters, I can still carry out my task." As the river deity spoke, the ghost official wrote a book and prepared to reply. The river deity thought for some time before saying, "There's one more thing. Do not use torture. Do not kill anyone within my palace. Borrowing my palace is one thing, but to use torture to kill someone is not beneficial to me." "Yes, master." The ghost official finished writing and handed the book over. The river deity looked at it and said, "Send it up." Main Hall Pei Ziyun and the sect leader stood under the statue of the river deity. The incense was burning brightly, and smoke was rising into the air. From time to time, a gust of wind would blow by, and the candle would sway slightly, giving off an eerie vibe. At this point, the both of them felt something and looked at the statue. They saw that the statue was glowing brightly, and had a dignified aura around it. The burning incense formed a word, "Agreed." Pei Ziyun closed his eyes and sensed it. The river deity has given his permission. We are not to use torture, and not to kill anyone within the temple. These conditions can be agreed to. We can make use of this place to set up the array. When the sect leader heard this, she nodded her head. "All right, let's set up the array." She then called for several Taoists to enter the main hall of the river deity, and set up the array. Before long, an altar was set up. The altar was inscribed with inscriptions that formed a picture. It looked like the sun, the moon, and the stars. It also looked like the meridians of the human body. Free Cloud sect had such an altar as well. Gradually, the altar and the statue started to merge together. After he was done, he waited for some time before he heard the sound of an ox cart outside. A group of people were pulled down from the ox cart. Pei Ziyun looked at them and saw that they were all unconscious. Sect leader, Tao Master Qi Ning, our journey was rather successful. When we reached the magistrate's office, the lions in front of the office seemed to be on high alert. We used the light-concealing talisman and shut off the spiritual light. If we were to enter, they wouldn't be able to stop us. They wouldn't even be able to see us. When we were inside, we didn't get close to the magistrate. Instead, we followed his instructions and found a few old servants of the magistrate and drugged them with incense. We dragged them out and rushed here without alerting anyone else. "You've done a good job," Pei Ziyun praised before turning to look at the sect leader. The sect leader pointed at the array, and a buzzing sound could be heard. She then instructed, "Bring them here." As she spoke, the sect leader retrieved 3 sticks of incense and placed them into the incense burner. "This is my sect's secret incense. It's perfect to use." As soon as he lit the incense, he felt the entire hall turn dizzy. It was as if he wasn't careful, he would fall into a trance. Sniffing the incense, the sect leader then said, "Tao Master Pei, this incense is only effective on mortals. As long as you use your Tao arts, you'll be fine. Pei Ziyun nodded his head and purposely breathed in the incense, trying to understand its composition. Free Cloud sect was more inclined toward swordsmen, Tao arts, and killing. True Element sect was more inclined toward scheming and deceiving others. Sniffing the incense, Pei Ziyun could feel that it was numbing as well. Could it be that this incense was mixed with datura pollen and opium? It seemed like there were many other ingredients mixed in as well. Just sniffing it caused him to feel dizzy. Pei Ziyun circulated his energy, and the hallucinations were dispelled. This incense was rather useful for sneak attacks. If he was caught off guard, he would be killed in a split second. Thinking this way, several Taoists dragged the servants in and placed them on the altar. The sect leader then said, "Let's begin." The incense permeated the entire altar and did not dissipate. The servants were slowly immersed in the incense. Their eyes were closed and their eyeballs were rolling. They were dreaming. The Taoist muttered some incantations, and the altar started to glow brightly. Gradually, it started to seep into these servants. The night was dark and the sky was filled with wind and rain. Pei Ziyun looked on. Actually, these arrays were new to him at first. However, through the use of the plum blossom, he was able to absorb the knowledge of many different Taoist sects, especially the basic Tao arts. He then realized that the only difference was the design of each sect, and the principles behind it were the same. After looking at it for a while, he looked out into the distance. The wind and rain were still raging, and the sky was filled with clouds. Under the drizzle, the valley, the river, the village, and the hills were all covered in mist. Because of the lightning tribulation, the Taoists' memories of the dragon veins had all disappeared. Unless I spend a few years investigating, I will have to find another opportunity. According to my memories and information, this Taoist had once given the map of the dragon veins to the Grand Preceptor. The Grand Preceptor was killed by the bandits. Hence, there are two possible locations on the map: the bandits or the last descendant of the Grand Preceptor. The last descendant of the Grand Preceptor had a higher chance of escaping, especially since the Taoist knew that he was going to suffer the wrath of the heavens, and thus left behind a shelter. I don't remember the exact details of this shelter, but I do know that it was built using the terrain of the dragon veins to form a village. Although one could not directly borrow the chi of the dragon, it formed a natural barrier. The sin of killing a dragon would cause one to be punished by the heavens. The descendants of these few people who borrowed the chi of the earth dragon would suffer a backlash. However, they did not have to borrow it directly. Of course, if it was this Taoist or the Grand Preceptor himself, they would not be able to escape. Even if they escaped to a shelter, it would be useless. The only result would be destruction. However, these few people did not have much sin left on them. Perhaps they could live and reproduce within the shelter. After a few generations, their sin would slowly disappear. I want to find the map of the dragon veins. Perhaps I can start from there. Just as Pei Ziyun was thinking, a voice interrupted him. He heard the sect leader say, "Tao Master Pei, I'm sure you've never experienced this before?" Pei Ziyun laughed and asked, "Could it be that there's more to this than meets the eye? There are many people who impart their teachings in their dreams. It's all because of our sect's investments," the sect leader said. Pei Ziyun then understood. This was a way for Tao sect to spread their Tao and spread their goodwill. It's just that it was done in secret. The sect leader then took out a mirror and laughed coldly. "That's about it. Let's see what kind of treatment they received in this true spirit mirror." At that moment, the mirror lit up. The sect leader then extended her hand and imbued it with her own powers. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the mirror. The mirror was dark at first, before it started to shine brightly. Several figures could be seen. Chapter 254. The old servant was sitting under a tree. The branches were bare, and he didn't find it strange at all. He picked up some peanuts and drank some yellow wine. Apart from peanuts, there was also a roasted chicken on the table. It smelled delicious. At this point, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and the wind started blowing. The old servant picked up a peanut with his chopsticks and threw it into his mouth. He then drank a mouthful of wine before walking to the window. The wind was blowing outside and some rain was falling. Just as he was about to close the door, a bolt of lightning flashed past. 2 constables appeared, and without saying a word, they chained him up. The old servant wanted to call for help, but he couldn't make a sound. His entire body felt light and he was in a daze. When he turned around, he saw a shadow lying on the ground in front of the window. The old servant was terrified and wanted to struggle, but he couldn't muster any strength. He then followed the constables out of the room. Mighty! A loud sound rang out, and the old servant was jolted awake. He was sweating profusely as he looked up. The scenery around him had changed. His surroundings were dark and gloomy, and there were 2 pillars on both sides of the hall. On the left was the words, "Loyal Brother," and on the right was the words, "Righteousness, Integrity, and Shame." As he looked over, he saw an official sitting at the table. Beside him stood a man dressed in official robes. He had the head of a tiger and the body of a human. There were 10 other constables who were kneeling before him. The old servant looked at this official, and felt that he had seen this official somewhere before. He then remembered that the magistrate had seen this official before. This was not an official, it was the river deity. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard screams. There was also the smell of something being fried. When the old servant smelled the fragrance, he was scared out of his wits. Not far away there were several prisoners with chains on their bodies. Some of them had broken arms and heads, and looked extremely terrifying. Above them in the courtyard, there was someone with an oil cauldron. Several people were frying something in the oil. The river deity was flipping through the documents and said, "Bring the criminal, Chun Gue, up here." The old servant was shocked. He knew Chun Gue and was considered a friend of his. He had died a few days ago. He then saw Chun Gue being brought up. The river deity slapped the wooden table. "Chun Gue, you've been wronged. Do you know your crimes? You might be able to atone for your crimes." Chun Gue was terrified as he hurriedly said, "Old Master River Deity, I've been wronged, I've been wronged. I've always had a good reputation, I've never done anything bad." Chun Gue refused to change his words. The river deity flipped open the book in front of him and coldly said, "Chun Gue, from Enji Prefecture, 58 years old this year. Fickle in love, greedy for fame, and has committed 108 evil deeds. At the beginning of this year, he ran over a beggar and killed him. Today, he is being tried in the river deity temple. Chun Gue, am I wrong? My lord, I have also done good deeds before. I have taken care of the widow next door many times. Everyone can see that." Hearing this, Chun Gue shouted loudly. The official registrar flipped through the documents and said coldly, "Chun Gue, 2 years ago, I used the excuse of taking care of her to commit adultery. Your Excellency, I know my sins. Your Excellency, I know my sins. I am willing to confess all my sins." Chun Gue was on the verge of breaking down as he shouted out, "You have committed a heinous crime and have yet to repent. You shall be sentenced to the punishment of being fried and then thrown into the water prison for 100 years. The river deity judged. "Lord River God, please spare my life." Chun Gue begged. At this point, the spirit constables shouted out in unison, their voices were as loud as thunder. One of the constables then grabbed Chun Gue and brought him to the oil cauldron. The cauldron was 7 feet high and was surrounded by burning charcoal. Chun Gue was trembling in fear as he cried out in agony. He wanted to escape but had no way out. The spirit constables grabbed his hair with their left hand and grabbed his ankle with their right. They then tossed Chun Gue into the oil cauldron. The sound of sizzling could be heard as Chun Gue rolled around in the oil. His skin and flesh were scorched, and he was in excruciating pain. The old servant had sharp eyes and could see Chun Gue opening his mouth in agony. The boiling hot oil gushed into his mouth, and even his internal organs were being fried. After the time it took to eat a meal, the spirit constables then used a fork to drag him out of the cauldron. Li Wu! The river deity brought another person along, who was trembling in fear. Li Wu, you have been wronged. Do you know your crimes? The river deity slapped the wooden board. Li Wu was trembling. Your Excellency River God, I once picked up 10 taels of silver and didn't return it. Other than that, what other crimes have you committed? The river deity asked. Hearing these words, Li Wu was speechless. The river deity then replied coldly, That's just a small offense, and only requires 50 strokes of the rod. However, 15 years ago, you and your brother stole an old woman's only pig, and caused her to commit suicide by jumping into the river. You have committed a grave crime, and should be punished by the Mountain of Knives. Your Excellency, please forgive me, please forgive me. Li Wu cried out in pain as a forest of knives appeared in the courtyard. The spirit constables grabbed hold of Li Wu and threw him into the air. Li Wu fell to the ground as the knives pierced into his chest. He screamed out in pain. Seeing such a tragic scene, the old servant's entire body trembled as sweat dripped down his forehead. Bring up a sinner. The spirit constables carried the old servant forward. The old servant's limbs were trembling as he fell to the ground. He then heard the wooden board being slapped. You have been wronged. Do you know your crimes? Bring it up yourself, and you might be able to atone for your crimes. The old servant knelt on the ground and kowtowed profusely. This lowly servant knows his crimes. This lowly servant will confess now. The old servant raised his head and looked at the river deity. His eyes were glazed over, and his heart was filled with fear and confusion. He struggled for a while, and realized that the river deity was about to explode in anger. He finally confessed, I helped my master to lend money to the loan sharks. Because I couldn't pay them back, I brought my men and sold their houses. I even stole their daughters to pay off the debt. The last time we caught some illegal salt, I helped my master sell it and earned 3,700 taels of silver. The last time, my master even instructed me to send 300 taels of silver to him. Once the old servant opened his mouth, he spilled out everything that had happened. The entire hall was filled with incense smoke. There was no additional punishment, but several servants knelt on the ground. Strangely, their eyes were closed, and yet they screamed out in pain. They then spoke up and confessed their crimes. Some said that they had stolen the land, some said that they had beaten the servants to death, and some said that they had been greedy. Pei Ziyun looked at the mirror and thought to himself, this is very similar to the movies in my previous life. Many people have been bewitched by this, and have started spreading rumors about them. However, using this method to deal with mortals was much easier than interrogating them. Not many people were able to resist under such circumstances. There were also Taoists who recorded their confessions. Seeing them confess one by one, Pei Ziyun wasn't happy. Instead, he was worried. He frowned and spoke to the sect leader, these are all small crimes. We can't topple the magistrate so quickly. These servants are all old servants of the magistrate. How can they not know the truth? Could it be that the magistrate knows his limits? In this world, in this era, the magistrate's actions of lending money, giving bribes, and beating the servants to death were not completely useless. If the magistrate was punished by someone in a higher position, the crime would be more than sufficient. However, if it was someone from a lower position or someone from a lower position, bringing up these crimes would not be a big deal. Even if the magistrate were to be impeached, he would only be punished with 3 cups of wine. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, the sect leader frowned. At this point, a bright light flashed across the mirror, as though something had interfered. The sect leader looked up, and her face was filled with joy. I've caught a big fish. What? Pei Ziyun looked up at the mirror and saw a man in a dream. He gritted his teeth and refused to confess, as a yellow aura surrounded him. "It's the assistant housekeeper, Bai Tseng," a female Taoist exclaimed. So it turns out that everything went smoothly for everyone. It wasn't only because he was a servant, but also because he didn't confess much. What this person knew was indeed related to the magistrate's fate energy. Hence, the magistrate's fate energy came to protect him. This Tao of fate energy is really mysterious. It can even protect the people around him from harm? Pei Ziyun frowned. When the sect leader heard this, she gave a cold harumph. Fate energy is indeed mysterious. Even the Taoist sects have yet to fully understand it. This river deity is really crafty. If he really wanted to resist the magistrate's fate energy, he could at least resist for a while. Yet now, he's allowed himself to enter. When Pei Ziyun heard this, he laughed. That's reasonable. We've only given him some incense. It's only natural that the river deity refuses to help us resist the magistrate. However, I have an idea, Pei Ziyun said as he retrieved the crown prince's tile and pointed it at the man. How dare you? You're still not backing down? As soon as he shouted, the mirror blurred before everything returned to normal. The man's yellow aura retreated a few feet, as though he was unwilling to give up. He then circled around the mirror, refusing to retreat. However, he couldn't advance any further. Quick, increase the amount of incense, the sect leader commanded as the man inhaled the incense continuously. The river deity within the mirror shouted, Are you still not going to confess? At this point, the spirit constable stepped forward. Without the protection of the yellow aura, Bai Tsing's face contorted in fear as he looked at the spirit constable. He then took a few steps back. General Yuji, don't come near me, don't bother me. It's my master who ordered me to kill you. I didn't do it willingly. His voice was hoarse and shrill. As soon as these words were spoken, the yellow energy surrounding the magistrate started to dissipate. Pei Ziyun was overjoyed as he instructed the female Taoist, Quick, don't ask anyone else. Ask him specifically. Also, increase the pressure on the spell and ask him clearly. Let's get to the bottom of this. Following this command, the mirror adjusted itself, and the original images disappeared. Only Bai Tsing remained within the mirror, and the clarity of the mirror increased by several times. Spiritual world, river deity hall. At this point, 5 or 6 projectors were projected onto the hall. The river deity sat on his throne and watched. All the spirit constables around him were spectating, and none of them were present. When they saw this, their hearts trembled as they sighed. This person doesn't want to commit such a crime. It's hard for him to escape the law. As he spoke, he saw that the river deity didn't understand. He then pointed out, with the protection of the magistrate's chi, even if it was the real one, it wouldn't be able to harm him unless he was judged by someone of a higher level. It's just that this Taoist has the crown prince's token. With a single shout, the magistrate's chi would be gone. And this is only the magistrate's chi. If it was the magistrate, he would have to retreat. Of course, if it was the governor's chi, the crown prince's token wouldn't be able to move. Without the protection of the chi, the incense can amplify the fear within the soul, causing it to see the person it doesn't want to see. That's not all. If it were a minor crime, it might be able to suppress it. But General Yuji's words caused the magistrate's chi to collapse. I knew that this magistrate wouldn't be able to escape the law. I didn't expect him to commit such a crime. This time, the Taoist is going to win. The river deity sighed. Chapter 255. The river deity then laughed. Since that's the case, I shall lend you a helping hand. This way, the river deity will be able to judge the case. You all should join in as well. This way, you will have a clear conscience in your dreams. The registrar-keeper naturally understood his intentions. Although it had been a fake trial in the past, as long as he participated in a crucial battle, it would be a real trial in the real trial. The projection of the registrar-keeper became much clearer, and he bowed to the outside world. The infernal judge and emissaries entered the hall as well. The river deity smiled. In the next moment, he was already seated on the main seat. The entire projection was clear, solemn, and dignified. Even the sizzling sounds of oil and the screams of pain became real. At this point, the river deity sat high up on the throne and slammed down on the wooden block. Everyone turned to look at Baitsing. All of them were infernal judges, and some of them were monsters. If you refuse to confess, your punishment will be reduced. The river deity looked at Baitsing coldly as he slammed down on the wooden block again. Within the hall, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Baitsing had just been shocked. Although he was still trembling in fear, his heart was filled with regret. It was as if he had been deceived. At this point, the wooden block was slammed down, and the river deity spoke coldly. It carried with it a bone-piercing pressure. Just listening to it made one feel as if their entire body was frozen. Baitsing's entire body was covered in cold sweat. The courage he had just now was gone. He didn't know why, but he spoke out in a daze, "Master River Deity, please spare me. All the bad things I did were ordered by my master. I had no choice but to obey, Your Excellency." Baitsing still wanted to explain himself. Hearing these words, the river deity cleared his throat. The registrar-keeper looked at Baitsing and said, "Then why don't you confess?" "Yes, Your Excellency River Deity. 18 years ago, the magistrate was a high scholar of the previous dynasty. During the chaotic times of war, when he was still a student, he was kidnapped by bandits. After that, he was saved by a martial artist. He swore that he would repay the favor. It's just that the previous dynasty had collapsed and there was chaos and chaos. This martial artist had disappeared for a long time. Master thought that he had been transferred to another place by the imperial court or that he had died in battle. In order to deal with this situation, Master also gathered dozens of servants to guard the courtyard and the fields. One day, this martial artist suddenly brought a dozen people to visit, saying that he had encountered a chaotic army and wanted to rest for a while. When night fell, Old Master was already a high scholar. He served him wine and food. In the end, this martial artist drank too much and revealed his identity. It turns out that a few years ago, this martial artist had pledged his allegiance to the emperor. At that time, the emperor was still a volunteer army and gave him a military post. This martial artist fought against the imperial army and won many battles. It's just that our infiltration failed and we were scattered. We wanted to seek refuge with Master and return to the revolutionary army after resting for a few days. We also leaked the news that we were wanted in the prefecture city. Old Master took note of this and ordered us to scout the city. He heard that as long as we beheaded this martial artist, we would be rewarded with a 7th-rank position. Hence, Old Master summoned me in the middle of the night and added poison to the hangover medicine. That very night, I received orders to deliver the medicine one by one. Most of them were poisoned to death. Only 1 or 2 who were more alert were hacked to death. We wanted to cut off their heads and present them to Old Master. However, the next day, we received news that the revolutionary army had destroyed the city. Old Master was shocked and hurriedly buried the corpses. Due to the chaos of the war and the frequent battles, coupled with the fact that General Ug had snuck in secretly, no one knew about this. The revolutionary army had to be deployed to battle soon. After searching for a while, they didn't find anything and assumed that he had been killed in battle. We were afraid for a few years. When the current dynasty was founded, we realized that no one knew about this. Old Master then became a high scholar. Due to the scarcity of talents, he quickly became the county magistrate. Now, he's the magistrate of a prefecture. Your Excellency River Deity, I was just a servant back then. Although Old Master promoted me to the position of assistant housekeeper, I wasn't the main culprit. Baitsing knelt on the ground and begged, Your Excellency River Deity, you should know that I'm just a servant. If I didn't obey orders, I would have been beaten to death. No one would have stood up for me. Your Excellency, I've been wronged. Pei Zi-yun looked at the copper mirror and heard these words. He then laughed out loud. If it's anything else, it's fine. But the blood debt of the current dynasty is a huge crime. I didn't expect the magistrate to have such a past. Quick, ask for his name and address. The magistrate is done for. As Pei Zi-yun spoke, the river deity slammed his gavel once more. You've been honest. You've been very honest. As for who killed him and where he's buried, why don't you tell me the truth? This was the most crucial part of the interrogation. Although Bai Tsing was terrified, he felt that something was amiss. However, he didn't know what to say. Just as he was hesitating, the river deity slammed his gavel on the table once more. As soon as the gavel hit the ground, Bai Tsing felt a sense of dread. His mind was in a state of chaos. The river deity waved a hand. You're still unwilling to confess? Drag him away and cook him. The entire hall was immediately filled with a bone-piercing chill. 2 messengers of hell came forward and wrapped their ice-cold chains around his neck. Bai Tsing felt a rush of blood rush to his head, and he was stunned for a moment. Just as the chains wrapped around his neck, he couldn't breathe and struggled with all his might. All of a sudden, the cold chains loosened. Bai Tsing's face turned red as he fell to his knees and cried, I'll tell you everything, I'll tell you everything. Your Excellency, please reincarnate, please reincarnate. Bai Tsing collapsed onto the ground. The name of the UG general was Gao Chang-yi. He was buried under the peach tree in the magistrate's mansion. His head was buried under a pavilion 5 miles away from the city. Has the corpse been touched? Your Excellency, river deity, it hasn't been touched. It's been buried there all this time. Did something bad happen? Your Excellency, yes. The magistrate ordered me to kill a minor official who refused to marry his daughter off as a concubine. He said that he had blackmailed him for 2,000 taels of silver and forced him to beg for mercy, so that he would marry his daughter off as a concubine. Also, I helped my brother-in-law to arrest the owner of a textile factory and took over his business. Bai Tsing had followed the magistrate for a long time. At this point, he had already told Pei Zi-yun everything that he knew. Hearing this, Pei Zi-yun laughed coldly. The magistrate was indeed not clean. Everything else was a small matter, but the fact that he had killed UG General Gao Chang-yi was enough to infuriate the emperor. Gao Chang-yi was a 5th-ranked official, but the most important thing now was to hand over all the evidence. He deserves it, Pei Zi-yun said as he ignored Bai Tsing. Instead, he turned to the sect leader and asked, which official does the magistrate have a feud with? Who are his political enemies? Do you have any information? The sect leader thought for a moment before replying, yes. Chen Yuanji is now a prefectural official. He has been promoted but has been demoted. He is in charge of the irrigation works, but is a 4th-ranked official. He is currently patrolling the neighboring prefecture. Pei Zi-yun nodded his head and walked back to the altar. He lit up a stick of incense and bowed before taking a step back. He then turned around and looked at the darkening sky. He then smiled, send these people back at night. I'm sure they're treating this as a nightmare. Yes. Several Taoists acknowledged before dispelling their powers. They then drugged them so that they wouldn't wake up. They then dragged them onto the ox cart and dismantled the altar. Magistrate's yamen. It was late at night, and not a single person could be seen on the street. Rain was falling from the sky, and the entire place was eerie. The night watchman had to wear a raincoat and carry a lantern as he knocked on the gong. The wind blew on the leafless trees, making a strange sound. Somewhere along the street, the sound of an ox cart could be heard, breaking the silence of the night. Several shadows approached the walls of the magistrate's yamen. A black-robed man climbed up the walls and scanned the area for a long time. Seeing that it was safe, he flew into the backyard. As he neared, Pei Zi-yun frowned and said, Everyone, don't use your powers. Continue to seal the spiritual light. Find a room and send these people to their bed. Although it doesn't matter if the magistrate is alerted, since we have the evidence in our hands, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. It's best if the magistrate doesn't even know what happened when he dies. Yes. Seeing that they were about to succeed, everyone was extremely cautious. After some time, the few of them came out. Everything went smoothly. Pei Ziyun looked around the backyard and said, "Let's go. We shall look for the advisor and report this to him. I'm sure he will be very happy to know about the magistrate's dark history." Magistrate's yamen. The sky was getting brighter, and the few servants had woken up. Bai Tsing had woken up and was still in a daze. He felt a sharp pain on his neck and hurriedly stood up. He looked into the mirror and realized that there was no scar on his neck. Was the dream at the river deity temple real? Bai Tsing thought to himself and was secretly shocked. It was a dream, so be it. But the pain couldn't be fake. He started pacing around the room. "Supervisor!" A voice startled him. He turned around and saw a servant serving a bowl of noodles. "I'm here to serve you." Bai Tsing picked up the bowl of noodles and smelled a fragrant aroma. There was a huge piece of meat inside, and it was cooked in chicken soup. This was a very tasteless dish. Just as he was feeling helpless, a servant came to the door and shouted, "Supervisor, my master has ordered me to call you." Bai Tsing felt dizzy and his face turned pale. He placed his chopsticks down and hurried away. Seeing the magistrate bowing to him, the magistrate looked at Bai Tsing and felt a sense of disgust. He then asked, "You look like this. What did you do last night? You look like you didn't sleep well." "My master is right." Bai Tsing didn't dare to argue and replied. The magistrate sat down and his expression didn't look too good. After some time, he then said, "Continue to torture those female Taoists. You must get them to confess. Tell them that not only did they seduce the students around them, they were also the ones who pulled the strings. Find a few headless murder cases and pin them on them. I'm worried about those constables, and they might have some sort of connection with True Element sect. Go and supervise them, and make sure this case is irrefutable." It's just a mere True Element sect. Even if they have some abilities, I shall let them know that the hearts of the people are as hard as steel, and the laws of the government are as hard as a furnace. The magistrate laughed as he gave the order. When Bai Tsing heard this, he didn't know why, but he started to panic. His face turned pale. Seeing the magistrate looking at him, he hurriedly replied, "Yes." As soon as he replied, he thought back to the dream he had yesterday. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Was it a dream, or was it not? Chapter 256. Relay Station. The relay station wasn't small. It had a main hall, a back hall, a side room, a storeroom, a corridor, and a stable. Some even had a relay boat. Regardless of the weather, there would be an important courier carrying a briefcase on his back. When officials traveled, they could enjoy free food and lodging provided by the courier station according to their rank. The advisor was a fourth-rank official, so he was treated well. However, he was currently enjoying a few simple dishes and wine. His face looked old, and the wrinkles around his eyebrows were deep. At this point, someone stepped forward. "Your Excellency," a Taoist handed me a file. This man was a middle-aged man. When he handed over the file, he was somewhat nervous, and his forehead was sweating profusely. He subconsciously touched the 10 taels of silver in his sleeve. For these 10 taels of silver, it was worth it to be scolded. "What Taoist's file?" The advisor laughed and looked at the servant. "How much silver did you receive, to hand me a file?" The servant trembled as he knelt down. "Your Excellency, I. The servant touched the silver in his hands and stuttered, unable to speak. Seeing this, the advisor waved his hands. "Forget it. Everyone says that the Prime Minister's doorstep is a 7th-rank official. However, I've been promoted to advisor, and am now in charge of the irrigation works. Although I've been promoted, the money doesn't belong to me, and the people don't belong to me. It's just a title. It's been hard on you all. Tell me, how long has it been since I've been promoted? The Sue dynasty's Ministry of Works had set up the irrigation department. There was a minister who was of the 5th rank. There were 2 minister counselors, who were of the 5th rank. As for the advisor who was of the 4th rank, he was only in charge of a province's irrigation works. Hearing these words, the servant's tears welled up in his eyes as he replied softly, "Your Excellency, it's been a year and 6 months. Aye, it's been a year and 6 months. In the beginning there were still people around. But now they think that I'm an idle official and refuse to ring the bell. Damn it." The advisor drank some wine, and his face was red as he scolded. After scolding for some time, his anger subsided. He then laughed. "Look, what's being delivered here? Could it be that the Taoist monastery in the city is trying to pull some strings? But I'm just an idle official, what can I do?" The servant kneeling on the ground wanted to say something to comfort the old master, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. The counselor didn't think much of it. He put down his wine-glass and flipped through the file. He only took one look and was shocked. He flipped through the file again and again. His eyes were filled with surprise and joy, and his hands were trembling. "Old master, are you remembering something bad? Please forgive me, please forgive me. I shouldn't have been greedy for money." The servant hurriedly kowtowed. The advisor didn't listen to the pleas of the servant. He stood up and paced a few steps before he came to his senses and carefully read the file in his hand. As he read on, the advisor slammed his palm on the table, causing the wine jug on the table to jump up. Wine spilled everywhere as he laughed out loud. "Stop kowtowing. Quick, follow me to U City Mansion." "U City Prefecture?" The servant was stumped. This prefecture was very far away, and was located in a corner of Ing Prefecture. "Right, don't inform the local authorities, we'll go incognito. U City Prefecture, Jade Crest Pavilion." This mountain wasn't too far away from the prefecture city, about 100 meters away. It was spring, and the grass and trees were growing. At this point, it was drizzling, and the weather was gloomy. The advisor wore a raincoat as he walked up the steps. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. Indeed, he saw a pavilion. At this point, nobody was watching. The advisor wasn't in a hurry to dig. He then pointed to the Jade Crest Pavilion and said, "In the previous dynasty, this prefecture was flooded. The magistrate of the prefecture petitioned for a reduction in rent and food. The following year, the magistrate built this pavilion, and named it Jade Crest Pavilion, to commemorate the benevolence of the emperor." As he spoke, he looked around and saw the rain falling down onto the ground. The advisor had a look of melancholy on his face. After some time, he sighed. "According to the records, it's right in front of the pavilion. Dig and see if it's real or fake. You'll know soon enough." Yes. The servant had already prepared his tools and started digging. His luck wasn't bad. After digging for 3 feet, he found the right spot. "Slow down, slow down." The advisor took a look, and realized that the calm and peaceful atmosphere was gone. He then walked up and saw a wooden box. The wooden box looked ordinary and was half rotten. The advisor was overjoyed. "Quick, open it." The servant excused himself and opened the box. The rotten stench was gone, and a skeleton could be seen within. Looking at the skeleton, the advisor heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, he didn't lie to me. "Master, there's a bronze plaque inside?" The servant retrieved it and handed it over to the advisor. The advisor noticed that it was embroidered with bronze, and the words were still legible. It read, "U.G. Haha, this is a huge case." The advisor laughed. "Follow me back. I have to report this to the governor, and ask for the emperor's permission to retrieve the other corpses. We shall then capture this criminal." As he spoke up to this point, the muscles on his face twitched, as though he was filled with hatred. Ng Mansion, prison. The foundation was made of limestone, and the walls were made of stone. Both sides of the prison were separated by wooden bars, and in the middle was a corridor. A cold and damp stench permeated the entire prison, causing one to feel nauseous. At this point, the stench was mixed with the stench of blood, causing one to feel nauseous. Baitzing looked at the few people in front of him. These women were all pretty and had been tortured countless times. Their clothes were dirty, and their bodies were stained with sweat and blood. The stench was unbearable, and their faces were pale. One of them had been tortured on her legs, and was swollen to the point where her toes were peeled off. Seeing this, Baitzing asked, "Did they confess?" One of the prison officers replied, "Don't think that they're all women. They refuse to confess even after being tortured several times. They're all unconscious now." Baitzing paused for some time before sighing. "Master is still waiting anxiously. What do you think we should do about this?" The prison officer laughed coldly. "The heart of a prison officer is like a furnace. It's easy to get a confession. This was written yesterday, and they pressed their fingerprints on it." With a wave of his hand, a prison officer walked up to the table and handed the confession over. The prison officer then said, "Don't think that these women look like this. They're all pretty and have practiced martial arts. Let's wash them up and give them to our brothers. It's a rare taste. When we're done with them, cut off their tongues and pull out the tendons on their arms and legs. We can say that they're trying to escape from prison, or that they committed suicide." "What if they die?" Baitzing asked. When the prison officer heard this, he laughed. "Who doesn't die in prison? As long as it's not someone important, it doesn't matter if they die." When Baitzing heard this, he suddenly thought of the trial that had taken place in the river deity temple. Looking at the confession, he broke out in a cold sweat. "There are some things that I have no choice but to do, unless I escape immediately. But what about my family?" As he thought this, he received the confession and turned to leave. Prefectural Yamen, study room. The prefectural magistrate was in the middle of writing a document. The reclamation of the riverbank was ordered by the imperial court. "I've inspected the riverbank before. Once the water is drawn out, it will be fertile land. We can reclaim a few thousand mu of land. I shall come back next year to inspect it." As soon as he finished writing, Baitzing stood outside the door and reported, "Your Excellency, the matter has been settled." The prefectural magistrate received the confession and swept his gaze across the room before laughing coldly. "Good, good. Go and gather some men. Follow me to the monastery." Yes. The magistrate's office was several mu in size and was huge. With a single command, 2 groups of bailiffs followed. Just as the prefectural magistrate was about to lead his men out, an ox cart arrived, and a man alighted from it. The prefectural magistrate looked at this man, and realized that he didn't want to see him. He was dressed neatly, and was a 4th-ranked advisor. This man was the one who had fought with him. However, the prefectural magistrate had relied on King Lu to obtain the position of prefectural magistrate, and had secretly demoted him. Seeing that the advisor had appeared, the prefectural magistrate wasn't afraid at all. He smiled fakely. "Your Excellency advisor, when will you be inspecting the irrigation works? Why didn't you inform me?" This was a sarcasm to the advisor for not following the rules. If you wanted to inspect the irrigation works, you had to inform the prefectural magistrate. How could you suddenly attack me? Hearing these words, the advisor wasn't angered. Instead, his eyes gleamed as he shouted out, "Men, remove the official hat of the prefectural magistrate you buy. Seize him." Yes. Several men rushed out from behind. "You dare?" The prefectural magistrate was enraged. "I am a 5th-ranked prefectural magistrate. If I don't obey the emperor's orders, what right do you have to remove my official hat and seize me?" Naturally, there was a reason for this. Removing the official hat meant that he would retain his official title. But removing the official robes meant that he would be stripped of his official title. This was a very serious matter. "Of course I dare. I'm under the governor's orders. I've requested for the emperor's flag. The advisor laughed sinisterly as someone behind raised the green flag. At this point, the advisor didn't hesitate any longer, and snatched the official hat from the prefectural magistrate. He then pinned the man to the ground. The prefectural magistrate and the bailiffs hurriedly took a step back. The assistant manager Baitseng was terrified as he fell to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise up. The advisor walked around the prefectural magistrate several steps before arriving in front of him. Seeing the magistrate kneeling before him, he felt elated. He then spoke out coldly, "You've been exposed. The governor has ordered for you to be stripped of your official hat, and report this to the imperial court." As he spoke, he tossed out a report. "Let him take a look." The soldier released his grip, revealing the magistrate's clothes to be covered in dust. His lips were bleeding, and his hands were trembling. When he picked up the report, his face turned pale as he broke out in a cold sweat. This was something that had been plaguing him for more than 10 years, and he didn't want it to be exposed. After some time, he regained his composure and struggled to speak. "This is slander. There's no proof. Even the governor has no right to remove me from my post. I shall submit a report to the imperial court." The advisor gritted his teeth. "Do you know that we've already gone to the Jade Crest Pavilion and dug up the heads and waist insignia? We've also invited the governor's soldiers and the emperor's flag to seal up the entire courtyard. We've dug up more than 10 corpses and armors, as well as the waist insignia. You're finished." Hearing these words, the magistrate's entire body went limp as he mumbled, "Impossible, impossible." The advisor laughed coldly. "All these years you haven't touched the corpses. You must think that since no one has found out, you can sit back and relax." The magistrate fell to the ground, as though all his muscles had been pulled out of him. At this point, Pei Ziyun walked in with the sect leader. When the magistrate saw them, he understood. It's you. You. It's me," Pei Ziyun said coldly. Hearing his hoarse voice, even those who were not involved in the discussion couldn't help but shiver. At this point, Pei Ziyun walked closer to the magistrate and whispered into his ear, "Do you really think we Taoists are pushovers? Whoever offends us, unless he's a virtuous person, how can he escape unscathed?" The magistrate's face turned pale. Pei Ziyun turned around. "Let's go, we're going to the prison to fetch him." Chapter 257. Gao family. In this was an old and not too far away from the prison. There were more than 10 rooms, and they had been booked long ago. With the official documents from the meeting, the women who had been arrested were carried out on ox carts. They were all covered in blood. Some of them had blood all over their thighs and were almost naked. The waiter and the innkeeper's faces were pale. The innkeeper was still calm as he stood guard at the door. When he saw the women being carried in, he hurriedly welcomed them. He then looked at them and said, "They've suffered a great crime. Their bodies are injured and cannot be washed with cold water or hot water. I've already instructed everyone to use warm water. My wife and the waiters' wives have also come to serve them. I've prepared the medicine as well." Pei Ziyun nodded his head. "You're so considerate. Wash these women clean. We don't need your medicine, we've brought our own. Also, the magistrate has fallen. Keep your mouth shut. Just this alone is a reward." As he spoke, he took out a piece of silver and threw it at the innkeeper. The innkeeper caught it and saw that it was 5 taels of silver. He then bowed, "Young master, don't worry. We won't say a word. If anyone dares to say anything, I will break their legs." The sect leader didn't speak at all. She wore a veil over her face, and her face was so pale that nobody dared to look at her. At this point, she brought a few other young ladies into the room. These young ladies had bright eyes and white teeth, but they had a sad look on their faces. Not long after they entered, the sound of crying could be heard. Pails of warm water were carried in and out of the room, and the air was filthy and foul. After a long time, the sect leader finally came out. How is it? Pei Ziyun asked. They've all been washed clean, and the lochia within their bodies have been removed. Now they're all fine. Some of them have broken bones, and may be slightly inconvenienced. Also, they've all been violated many times. The sect leader's face turned pale as she spoke. It's inevitable for women to end up in prison. Since the magistrate has fallen, it's not difficult to deal with these prison guards. We can just chase them down one by one. Including the magistrate, they have to go bankrupt. Only then will we be able to make an example out of them. Pei Ziyun spoke plainly, but his eyebrows were trembling, as though he wasn't calm at all. Official law was like a furnace. Without power or fame in this society, killing people was like cutting grass without a sound. King Lu Mansion the eunuch brought a few guards with him as they entered King Lu's palace. King Lu's palace had already prepared an offering table. King Lu knelt on the ground as he listened to the imperial edict being read. I hereby announce, I respectfully accept the mandate of the heavens to establish a vassal state in order to protect the royal family. I hereby appoint County Prince Lu to lead the military governor of Qin Prefecture as his vassal state. King Lu prostrated himself on the ground as he listened. He could feel the blood coursing through his veins, as though his organs were boiling. He didn't know if he was happy or in pain. When he finished reading, tears streamed down his face as he fell to the ground, sobbing, Your son accepts the decree. Thank you, thank you. The eunuch stepped forward and handed the imperial edict over to King Lu. King Lu's hands trembled as he received the imperial edict. He then heard the eunuch sigh. His Majesty has decreed that King Lu shall take his leave. There's no need for you to bid farewell. We shall depart immediately. When King Lu heard the emperor's words, his body slumped to the ground, unable to get up. He could only scream out loud, Father Emperor! The eunuch sighed, King Lu, this is the Majesty's decree. You cannot defy it. Hurry and pack your things. He said to set off immediately. You have to leave today, even if you're 5 kilometers away from the city. If not, that would be disrespectful. Yes, your son obeys. King Lu sobbed as he accepted the order. After sending the eunuch out, King Lu then called for eunuch Liao, prepare to leave the capital city. King Lu had long since made preparations for this. Apart from the items bestowed upon him by the emperor, he didn't bring any other personal belongings. He only brought 300 black-robed guards and 500 servants with him. There were many commoners gathered in front of King Lu's palace as they discussed the matter. Some of the servants and spies were mixed in with the crowd. When they saw King Lu packing his belongings and leaving, they started to discuss amongst themselves. Someone then sighed, King Lu has left. The crown prince has won a great victory. The dust has settled. King Lu continued on his way, unobstructed by anyone until he reached the city gate. King Lu turned back to look at the tall city walls, the bustling streets, and the crowds of onlookers. At this point, there were only a few people who came to send him off. Now that I'm out of the capital city, the bustling city is no more. Although King Lu was prepared for this, and knew that the decision to leave the capital city was a strategic move, when he turned back to look, his heart ached. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he knelt down and bawled, Your son shall leave. Father, take care. The bustling crowd quietened down. Several children were led down the carriage by the concubines as they bowed towards the city. Emperor grandfather, your grandson and granddaughter shall bid farewell. The children weren't nervous or upset. Now that they were bidding farewell, they felt an inexplicable sense of sadness as they started to cry. City Tower. The Crown Prince looked on as a eunuch stepped forward and whispered, Crown Prince, Tao Master Pei has sent word that he wants King Lu to stay in the capital city. Why didn't the Crown Prince ask King Lu to stay in the capital city? Why did the Crown Prince allow King Lu to leave? Hearing the words of the eunuch, the Crown Prince paused for some time before replying, We are after all brothers. Why should we leave him to fight amongst ourselves? Leaving the capital city was the wish of my father, and I have no other choice. Besides, since ancient times, it has been a tradition for the princes to leave the capital city. Since King Lu has gone to Qin Prefecture, he should be able to hold his own. Although this was what he said, King Lu finally left. The crown prince heaved a sigh of relief, as though he had removed a huge boulder from his shoulders. Imperial Palace, Studier eunuch entered and looked at the emperor. He noticed that the emperor wasn't even looking at him, and was busy reading the report. The eunuch then knelt down in a corner. The emperor was reading a report, and it was about the magistrate of Enji Prefecture, Yubai. He muttered to himself, as he had some impression of this Yubai. He followed the imperial court closely, opened up the fields, and supported the mulberry industry. The last time he was here, he was even rated as excellent. Why did this happen? Just as he was muttering to himself, the emperor suddenly felt extremely tired. He stopped what he was doing and stood up. He paced around, feeling extremely frustrated. He then leaned back into his chair and retrieved a wet towel to cover his forehead. After some time, the emperor handed the towel back to the eunuch. He then turned around and asked, "Where is King Lu now?" Cough, cough. The eunuch who was kneeling down reported, "Your Majesty, King Lu has arrived at the city gates. He is kneeling down and crying as he bids his farewells. The other princesses and grandchildren are also crying as they bid their farewells." Hearing this news, the emperor raised his brush as his hands trembled. Preposterous! It wasn't known if he was scolding the official or scolding the report. The eunuch trembled as he hurriedly knelt down on the ground. The entire study room was silent, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. After some time, the emperor coughed. The eunuch raised his head to look at the emperor, as tears rolled down the corners of the emperor's eyes. The eunuch finally understood. The emperor wasn't willing to let King Lu leave the capital city, but he had no choice. Thinking back to the years when the emperor was in control of the seas, he had never seen any injustice. Back then, he had killed all the injustice. At this point, the emperor felt a sense of sorrow. The emperor reacted at this point, and pretended to be impatient. He then read the report. "This bastard is insane. There's no need for a trial. He shall be executed immediately. Yuji General Gao Shuani shall be sacrificed. He shall be posthumously conferred the title of Zhao Yi General." It was as though he was reprimanding the report. After he finished reading, he turned to the eunuch. "Go and take care of the report. Send it to the imperial cabinet and prepare the posthumous conferment." "Yes, your Majesty." The eunuch received the report and retreated. "All of you are dismissed as well." Seeing that everyone had left, the emperor's face was filled with exhaustion. He leaned back on his chair and threw his brush to the ground. 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Near the capital city, the sky was dark and gloomy. Thick clouds hung in the sky. The carriages along the roads were already laid out. The carriages were wrapped tightly with tarpaulin. The black-robed guards who were walking along the road clanked noisily as they walked. The pedestrians on the road saw them from afar and avoided them. King Lu sat within the carriage as Eunuch Liao fed him some ginseng and meat porridge. King Lu was still rather skinny, and couldn't afford to eat oily meat. "Your Majesty, it's been hard on you," Eunuch Liao said as he fed him. King Lu was still in a state of disbelief. He took a bite and waved his hands to indicate that he didn't want any more. He then looked out the window and said, "What's so bad about this?" The carriage continued to move forward, as they got further and further away from the capital city. King Lu suddenly felt as though he had lost something important to him. It was as though he had been freed from some sort of pressure. A sense of panic started to well up within him. King Lu raised his head. His expression had changed. "Has the relay station been prepared?" Xie Qingdong, who was seated beside him, spoke out, "Everything has been prepared. We're just waiting for King Lu's arrival. Then we can execute the plan." King Lu, your body is still weak. Furthermore, you've just traveled a long distance. You can't be too tired. Why don't you take a nap? When King Lu heard this, he leaned against the carriage and closed his eyes to rest. Xiecheng Dong and Eunuch Liao looked at each other before they quietly alighted from the carriage and moved to the back. Eunuch Liao leaned over to speak. At this point, a black-robed guard hurried forward. Eunuch Liao reached out to receive the piece of paper. When he opened it, he was shocked. Anji Prefecture's Magistrate Yu Bai was reported to have attempted to assassinate General Yu Ji. The emperor was in a bad mood and decided to execute him? Eunuch Liao read it out softly. His voice was filled with astonishment. This Pei Ziyun's counterattack was swift and ruthless. His methods were similar to the methods he used against King Lu. It was extremely powerful. Xiecheng Dong spoke out coldly. A mere magistrate was defeated within a few rounds. Looks like he was the mastermind behind the Crown Prince's plan. What do we do now? Eunuch Liao asked. Xiecheng Dong cleared his throat. The most important thing now is to get King Lu to join us. It's just that King Lu is now a Canton king. We've only allocated 5,000 soldiers, and that's far from enough. The most important thing now is to restore the position of King Lu, and have him in control of 3 prefectures. That way we won't be able to do anything to him. Xiecheng Dong spoke out. This Yu Bai, since the emperor has already given his orders, nobody can save him. Even if he doesn't approve, we can't afford to cause any more problems. As for Pei Ziyun, we can't afford to have any conflict with him. Let's just keep a close eye on him. All right, with Mr. Xie's words, I can be at ease. As for the details, we shall discuss them when His Highness wakes up. Eunuch Liao spoke as he turned around to look at King Lu's carriage. He then stood up and walked out. I shall take a nap as well. The past few days have been tough. Eunuch Liao, please go ahead. Seeing that Eunuch Liao had left, and no one else was around, Xiecheng Dong revealed a look of exhaustion. This Anji Prefecture Magistrate Yu Bai was just a pawn who had crossed the river. Although he didn't manage to cause any trouble for Pei Ziyun, he had achieved his goal. He had confirmed that Pei Ziyun was indeed the mastermind behind the Crown Prince's plan. Pei Ziyun, not only are you talented in literature and Dao arts, you're also very knowledgeable in the art of strategy? Chapter 258. Governor's Mansion. The vines on the parapet wall had already started to grow leaves. Within the parapet wall, the trees were lush and lush. A faint red mist could be seen everywhere, and birds could be seen foraging for food. There were carriages all around the entrance, as the officials welcomed and sent them in. When they entered the mansion, they saw soldiers standing guard with swords on their backs. When they entered the mansion, it was a bustling scene. The serving maids were busily packing up their belongings. The butler was busy arranging for servants to fill up the carriages. Within the study, a middle-aged man was drinking tea with the governor. The fragrance of the tea wafted through the air. The two of them were seated at the same table and felt extremely comfortable. This was the newly appointed governor, Gong Yun. Both of them were very courteous to each other. This was because the governor had made many achievements in the past. He had lifted the ban on the sea, increased the revenue from the customs, and wiped out the pirate. Furthermore, he had managed to uncover the murder of the Yu-Ji general. Although Gong Yun was appointed as the governor of Ing Prefecture, he wouldn't rush him or be rude. Brother Gong, since you're here to replace me, I have to order the servants to clean up the place. We can't occupy the governor's mansion any longer. The governor was in high spirits, and a smile could be seen on his face as he sipped his tea. He felt as if he were floating, as if he were about to fly. Gong Yun took a sip as well. Brother Li, you're not being honest. It's obvious that you're thinking of a promotion, which is why you refuse to stay in the governor's mansion. You even told me to give up my mansion. You know me best, Brother Gong. The governor didn't deny it as he smiled and asked, "Have there been any rumors in the capital city recently? Tell me about it." Gong Yun then spoke softly. This year, the Grand Princess daughter, the Canton Princess, performed a song on the zither. Her skills were appreciated by the Majesty, and she was summoned to play the zither. Why? The governor was in a good mood, and couldn't help but start gossiping. On one hand, it's because the Canton Princess's zither skills have improved by leaps and bounds. I've heard it before, and it's no wonder she's a descendant of the Tian Huang Empire. Her skills are much better than those of the craftsman. Secondly, King Lu left the capital city and cried. This caused the Majesty to be worried. Ai. Gong Yun sighed. When the governor heard this, he turned around and thought, if that's the case, the crown prince's position is stable. That's true. King Lu has already left the vassal state, and the relationship between the crown prince and the crown prince is set in stone. Although he has another son, he isn't that outstanding. Both of them were thoughtful people. After saying that, they didn't talk about it anymore. A butler entered the room. He was around 40 years of age, and had a fair complexion. He looked extremely intelligent and capable. He then whispered, "Your Excellency, everything has been packed up. Only the study room is left. What do you think? You guys always look forward to returning to the capital. You've only been with me for a few years and you already want to go home so much." The governor smiled and pointed at him. "All right, Brother Gong, let's go out for a walk. We shouldn't delay you any longer." Gong Yun stood up and smiled. "Just now when I heard Brother Li scolding your family, I was still smiling. I didn't expect you to be more concerned about your family than the servant. Come, let's go and enjoy the scenery." The two of them went out and walked along the corridor, passing by a fake mountain and a pond. They were chatting about recent events when someone hurried up to them. "Your Excellency, an imperial edict has arrived." An imperial edict? The governor paused before regaining his composure and ordered, "All movements are to stop, and do not make any noise. Prepare the incense sticks to receive the imperial edict." Yes. The governor and the newly appointed governor were dressed neatly as they rushed out and knelt down to receive the imperial edict. The eunuch nodded his head as he held the imperial edict in his hands. He then walked over to the governor and said, "Your subject Li Min, Gong Yun, respectfully greets the emperor." "Your Majesty greets the emperor." The eunuch replied before reading the imperial edict, decrees. "The magistrate of Enji Prefecture, Yubai, has gone mad. There's no need for a trial. He shall be stripped of his official position and executed immediately. All officials shall witness his execution." "Yes, Your Majesty." After the imperial edict was read, the governor stepped forward to receive it. The eunuch smiled. "This lowly official has brought two edicts. This one is for you, and the other is for the deceased Yuji General Gao Shuani. This lowly official shall not stay any longer." "Eunuch, please go ahead." Seeing the eunuch leave, Li Min sighed. In the blink of an eye, the magistrate has become a prisoner on death row. What a pity. As he said this, he handed the imperial edict to Gong Yun. Gong Yun was a scholar, and had never witnessed an execution before. He was a little afraid of it. When he saw the imperial edict being handed to him, he couldn't help but shudder. He then said, "The handover has not been completed. Brother Li, I think it's better for you to oversee the execution." Hearing these words, Li Min laughed. He knew that Gong Yun was a scholar, and was afraid of such an execution. He then said, "It's good that there's a beginning and an end. But Brother Gong, do you know the difference between a local official and a capital official?" "Please enlighten me, Brother Li." Gong Yun paused before clasping his hands and asking for advice. Li Min took a stroll as Gong Yun followed him. When they reached the railing, Li Min looked out at the pond and sighed. "As a local official, the first thing is power, the second is prestige. Being in charge of promotions and promotions, prestige means killing people. If I were to kill the magistrate, I would leave behind a good reputation. Brother Gong, if you were to kill the magistrate, you would gain prestige and nobody would dare to offend you. Before I, Li Min, leave, I will do my best to help out. The governor laughed. Many thanks, Brother Li. To have you as a good friend is a great blessing in my life. Gong Yun paused before regaining his composure. He then clasped his hands and said, I've been enlightened. I didn't expect that the first thing I, Gong Yun, do when I come to Ing Prefecture would be to kill someone. Since the Emperor has gathered all the officials in the city, let's set a rule. There's no need to summon people from other counties. Li Min laughed out, great. Seeing that Gong Yun had a sense of propriety, he then laughed, great. Gong Yun didn't decline, and immediately passed down the order. His subordinates all acknowledged the order and spread it out. The next day, execution grounds. This was the first time Gong Yun was handling such a matter, and he was extremely serious about it. He personally arranged for the bailiffs to maintain the execution ground. Because he did not implicate the family members, he allowed the family members to collect the corpse. Furthermore, there were more than 10 officials of the 9th rank and above. Reed mats were set up and seats were arranged for everyone to sit. Gong Yun arrived at the stage where the executioner was held. There were 2 chairs on either side of her. Li Min looked around and noticed that dozens of officials had arrived. Even Pei Ziyun was present. She then pointed at him. This is the man who killed you Bai. He's very powerful. Gong Yun heard this as well, and turned around to look. He saw Pei Ziyun sitting on a 7th-ranked mat drinking tea. He wasn't even 20 years old, and wore a bamboo crown. He was dressed in a large robe, and looked like a gentleman. He didn't seem to have a close relationship with the crown prince. Furthermore, he had killed a magistrate just like that. These Taoists really had some tricks up their sleeve. Gong Yun looked at him, and took note of what was happening. The criminal has been brought in. A shout was heard, and the atmosphere became tense. Several whips were whipped, and the crowd quietened down. Yu Bai was dragged down from the prison cart. His white prison uniform had changed color, and was now covered in a layer of ash. When he was dragged up, he didn't look like an official at all, and looked extremely haggard. The executioner stepped forward, and wore a red bandana. He was tall and sturdy, and carried a bowl of wine. Just as he was about to feed Yu Bai refused to drink. He bit down on his head and smashed the bowl. The executioner had seen situations like this many times, and didn't bother to pour the wine. He laughed coldly and raised his blade. As soon as he gave the order, he would execute Yu Bai. Although Yu Bai had committed a heinous crime and harmed himself, he was a diligent man who loved his people. Especially when it came to reclaiming the land, he was meritorious. He deserves a cup of wine. Li Min sighed as she stood up and walked up to the execution grounds. She then took the jug of wine and looked at Yu Bai. Yu Bai, I'm here to send you off. This is an imperial decree, nobody can do anything about it. Drink it, you'll feel better. You shouldn't have offended someone you shouldn't have. Hearing the governor's words, Yu Bai raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot. He then gulped down the wine and shouted, I hate him. Li Min returned to her seat, and Gong Yun held up the wooden block in his hand. He then struck the wooden block and read it out loud. The decree states, the magistrate of Enji Prefecture, Yu Bai, has lost his mind. There is no need for a trial. He shall be stripped of his official position and executed immediately. All the officials shall witness his execution. As soon as he finished reading, he tossed the token of execution into the air. The red token spun in the air before landing on the ground. The moment it landed on the ground, the executioner raised his blade and chopped down. Pooh! All the officials watching sucked in a breath of cold air as blood spurted out from their mouth. A head flew into the air before landing on the ground. It rolled several times, its eyes were wide open, as if it wanted to speak. The new governor was expressionless as he looked at Pei Ziyun. Seeing that Pei Ziyun's expression was calm, he thought to himself, "He's indeed a ruthless character." After killing Yu Bai, Li Min didn't hesitate to set off. A huge boat was waiting for him, with soldiers on board. The officials escorted him to the city gates, but Li Min refused to let them go. Before boarding the boat, he looked back at the prefecture and saw the city walls. He sighed with emotion. Pei Ziyun alighted from the ox cart to send him off. Li Min stroked his beard and smiled. "You're finally here. I've waited for a long time. Do you have a farewell poem for me?" "Your Excellency, have you forgotten something?" Pei Ziyun smiled as well. "What?" Li Min was startled for a moment, then smiled. "Of course I've prepared it. Men, bring me the precious wine bestowed by the Emperor." Some time later, a servant brought a jug of wine. Li Min poured 7 cups of wine and sighed. "I drank 7 cups to recognize you, and 7 cups to bid farewell." Pei Ziyun didn't argue as he downed 7 cups of wine before standing up and reciting, "There are few travelers at the crossing of the willows, and the soldiers paddle towards Linchi. Only yearning is like spring, and the south and north send you home." What a good poem! There are few travelers at the crossing of the willows, and the soldiers paddle towards Linchi. With such a poem to send me off, my life is complete. Li Min recited the poem as he laughed and turned around to board the boat. Seeing the governor leave, Pei Ziyun felt a little melancholic. He then turned to the veiled sect leader. "With such an awe-inspiring performance, even if the new governor were to come, both of our sects would be safe. I shall go as well. If there's any news of Yer, inform me immediately." "Oh yes, this is a new poem by Wine Not Empty. It talks about retribution, and the main characters are General Yu, the magistrate, and the river deity. It's a taboo for our sects to interfere. Since the river deity wants to be famous, it's a win-win situation." The sect leader nodded her head. "I shall publish it now." Pei Ziyun laughed and boarded the boat as well. He then instructed, "We shall depart soon." Chapter 259. The boat sailed on the river. The boat continued to move forward, breaking through the waves. Both sides of the river were filled with the colors of spring. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding fields could be seen. Facing the river, Pei Ziyun's worries were cleared. He sighed and took out a jug of wine. He faced the dark clouds and took a sip. He then pointed his finger in the air and stopped moving. System. A plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes and grew bigger. It then turned into a translucent information interface and floated in front of him. Master. Level 4, 67. 2%. Sword Techniques. Master, 25. 1%. Dao Principles. Advanced, 39. 6%. Dao Techniques. 43 Types. Advanced, 33. 1%. Stars Transposition. Level 3, 15. 7%. Cloud Form. Level 1, 31. 8%. Feng Shui. Master 0. 9%. Everything else did not change much. It was just that after such a short period of time, his reputation had reached 67%. He then thought to himself, "I haven't even published a book recently. Only the officials know about this. Yet my reputation has increased by more than 30% in such a short period of time. Does it mean that my reputation depends on who I am? Does it mean that it would be more useful if the officials knew about it?" Thinking this way, he smiled. It was never too much to have more reputation. At this point, the captain shouted, "Young master, we've arrived at the pier of Mountain County." Pei Ziyun was overjoyed as he disembarked the boat. Mountain County was a small county, and was close to the mountains. He looked for an inn and realized that it was already full. At this point, the sky was dark and it was raining. The rain was heavy and light at times. Pei Ziyun seemed to have sensed it and looked in a certain direction. He then walked down the eaves of the house and saw the name 100-year in Zhang. He smiled and looked at the door. Seeing that it was worn down, he knew that even if it wasn't an old inn, it must have been open for a long time. As soon as he entered, the waiter welcomed him. "Young master, are you here to stay or eat?" "I want to stay and eat. I want a good room. Single rooms are the best." "Young master, we don't have a single room. We do have a quiet room. Please." The waiter invited Pei Ziyun into the room. It was almost dusk. He opened the door and lit the lamp. Pei Ziyun sniffed the air and noticed that there was no smell of mold. He then smiled. "Not bad, it's clean." The waiter was immediately energized. He fetched water to wash his face and feet and kept busy. He said, "Of course. My shop is the oldest in the entire county. We never hesitate to serve our customers. Let's not talk about the best room. Even in an ordinary room, the blankets are washed once every 3 days and dried once every 5 days. It's impossible for the blankets to be moldy and dirty." As he spoke, he handed over a hot towel and a cup of tea. The sky was already dark, and Pei Ziyun saw that Pei Ziyun was about to start preparing the dishes and called out to him, "Don't be in such a hurry. Prepare my dishes well. I don't need a lot, just 3 will do. Also, prepare a pot of wine, but it has to be clean and fresh." As he spoke, he threw 2 taels of silver to the waiter. The waiter was overjoyed and said, "Don't worry, young master. The dishes will be served immediately. I guarantee that there won't be any problems." After dinner, the sky had darkened. Pei Ziyun took off his shoes and walked out of the house. Seeing that it was raining everywhere, he went back to his room to read a book before falling asleep. In a daze, the night gradually deepened. It's the middle of the night. Be careful of the candles. The streets were all quiet, and no one was patrolling the street. Every household had turned off their lights. Only the night watchman carried a small lantern and struck the gong as he walked. The oil in the lamp on the table in his room was getting smaller and smaller. All of a sudden, a spark appeared and was extinguished. At this point, he could hear music playing. Pei Ziyun was sleeping soundly when his inn master stirred. He opened his eyes and stood up. A gust of cold wind blew past as Pei Ziyun sighed. "Indeed, I don't have enough inn master. Even when I'm in my room, it's getting unbearable." As he muttered to himself, he heard the music getting closer and closer. He could even hear the sound of hoofbeats. He looked over and saw the rhythmic footsteps of an ox cart appear before his eyes. This cart was white in color with a hint of red. He couldn't tell what kind of metal it was made of. There were even armored guards surrounding the cart, and it looked extremely imposing. The ox cart stopped and a man came down. He was dressed in a red official robe, and looked to be in his 20s or 30s. His face was cold, and his body was surrounded by a white and red glow. When he saw Pei Ziyun, he bowed down. I wouldn't dare. Your Excellency is a 4th-ranked official, why would you bow down to me?" Pei Ziyun bowed. I deserve it. It's all thanks to your kindness that I was able to receive a posthumous reward. You even wrote a biography of me. Due to the separation of yin and yang, I can't guarantee your kindness. Please drink 3 cups of wine as a token of my gratitude." As he spoke, he waved his hands, and a small table appeared in front of him. The wine flask flew up and filled a cup with wine. He then placed it in front of Pei Ziyun. "I'm ashamed to accept it." When Pei Ziyun heard this, he realized that the wine was red in color and was extremely beneficial to his inn master. He didn't reject it and drank it in one gulp. The moment the wine entered his mouth, it dissolved into spiritual energy. The man tried to persuade him again, but Pei Ziyun shook his head. "Your Excellency, this wine is hard to come by. I shall not drink any more." When the man heard this, he bowed down to Pei Ziyun. Tao Master's benevolence can only be repaid in the future. In the blink of an eye, the white mist dissipated, and the man and his servant walked further and further away. They seemed to be speaking to each other, but Pei Ziyun could no longer hear them. As the white mist dissipated, Pei Ziyun woke up. He opened his eyes and looked out the window. The rain had stopped, and the stars in the night sky seemed to be blinking. Nightmare? No, it's a divine spirit. Listen to me. Is it that Gao Shuani? Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he opened up the system. His expression changed. Master. 4th level, 97. 2%. A cup of spiritual wine has increased my cultivation by 30%. Noon. A few birds were chirping in the trees outside the relay station. Xie Qingdong was cultivating when a Taoist hurried over. When he saw that Xie Qingdong had finished his cultivation, he handed him a piece of paper. Xie Qingdong was still smiling and had a warm expression on his face. When he saw the piece of paper, his expression changed. He was enraged. What? Pei Ziyun has gone to Mountain County? When Xie Qingdong heard the news, his expression changed. Several Taoists who had been following him were shocked. Xie Qingdong had attained the 10th level of the Master stage at such a young age. Normally, he had a calm demeanor and was calm and collected. Why did he lose his composure upon hearing the news? Xie Qingdong paced back and forth before turning around, continued to watch over him. If he goes to Yuanqing village, report to me immediately. When the Taoist heard this, he hesitated. Young master, the report said that if we follow him, he would be discovered. We can't follow him at all. Xie Qingdong paused for some time. This person has been through countless battles and has developed a sharp sense of awareness. If he were to look at him, he would be discovered. This is indeed troublesome. Tell the people below not to look at him personally. They can use my command token to contact the carriage company. They can monitor him through their connections. He's not a Taoist, and doesn't have any ill intentions. All they have to do is to record his movements. This way they can reduce his hostility to the lowest level. Even if he has a sharp sense of awareness, it would be difficult to detect him. Yes, young master. The Taoist then left. At this point, the relay station opened its doors to serve food. Xie Qingdong kept his anger in check and walked out. Eunuch Liao walked up to him and exchanged glances. How's the situation? Everything's been arranged. Dozens of people were bustling about in the relay station. Before long, the deputy personally carried the food and placed it on the table. There were more than 10 different dishes, some of which were still sizzling as they came out of the pot. Eunuch Liao took a whiff and said, "For this place to be like this, let's taste the food." Yes. A young eunuch stepped forward and tasted the fish. When he tasted it, his face changed. Eunuch Liao then asked, "Could it be that it's poisoned?" "No, it doesn't seem fresh." The young eunuch hurriedly knelt down and spoke. Eunuch Liao was enraged and called for the deputy, who knelt down. "King Lu, this is a small relay station. How can I prepare fresh fish? The fish were sent here from 70 miles away. The weather is getting warmer and warmer, and I have no choice. Please forgive me, King Lu." The deputy spoke as if he had been wronged. King Lu wanted to eat fresh fish, and the relay station couldn't provide it. "Forget it, there are so many dishes here. How can it not be enough? You may leave." King Lu spoke as he waved for the deputy to leave. The deputy then entered the kitchen. The cook was somewhat uneasy and asked, "Deputy, this is a king we're talking about. If the fish isn't fresh, what should we do?" Hearing the cook's words, the deputy rolled his eyes and laughed coldly. He's just a has-been king. He's not even a king. It's hard to say if he'll even be able to return to the capital city. What are you afraid of? Besides, the crown prince has always been at odds with King Lu. Who knows, he might not even be a king in the future. Outside the window, an imperial guard of King Lu returned. Eunuch Liao stepped forward and asked, "Imperial Guard Zhang, where did you go?" The Imperial Guard replied angrily, "I wanted to follow the deputy to the kitchen to take a look at the surroundings. Who would have thought that this servant would say that His Highness is no longer a king, and would never be able to return to the capital city? Who knows, he might not even be a king in the future. You seem to agree on the surface but oppose me on the inside. What?" The commander of the black-robed guards opened his eyes wide. King Lu was a crown prince, and had been in power for many years. Nobody dared to disobey his orders. Who would have thought that after being stripped of his title a few months ago, King Lu's heart would change so drastically? He even dared to look down on this deputy. The commander was enraged as he pulled out his blade and shouted, "This dog dares to insult His Highness. Men, follow me and kill him." "Yes," several soldiers replied as their armor clashed against each other. At that point, a wave of killing intent surged out. Seeing that blood was about to spill out of the relay station, an official's eyes flashed. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. At this point, King Lu sighed and waved his hands. "Wait!" Seeing that the commander had stopped, King Lu paced back and forth, suppressing his anger. After some time, he raised his head and looked into the distance. "In terms of fairness, this relay station doesn't have any fresh fish. In terms of fairness, I'm no longer a king." As he spoke, he walked back and picked up a piece of fish with his chopstick. He then placed it into his mouth. "I wonder if my descendants will be able to eat this fish in the future." When the people around heard this, tears rolled down their cheeks. Xie Dong wiped away his tears and looked at the other official, who was visibly moved. He then gave Eunuch Liao a look. "It's done." It wasn't that they couldn't be more explicit, such as hiding the fresh fish and using the smelly fish. However, that would be a violation of the rules. The deputy had his own family and his own life, and he had already reached his limit. Furthermore, this was perfect. Even the emperor and the crown prince wouldn't be suspicious, and it would be difficult for them to investigate the matter. Chapter 260. Early in the morning, every house was lit up. Birds were chirping on the branches of the trees. Several dumplings and soup dumplings had been set up. There were even farmers hawking their wares, selling fruits and vegetables. Dumplings, 5 coins a bowl. Sesame cakes, 1 coin each. A butcher walked up to the butcher and asked, "How much is this meat?" The butcher smiled. "You are a big customer of mine, how would I dare to ask for more?" Seeing that there was no one around, he lowered his voice. 80%, please take it." This was a 20% commission. The butcher nodded in satisfaction. At this point, some steaming buns rose from the steamer, selling buns, 2 coins each. The inn was bustling with activity on the street. This was the best room in the inn. The decor wasn't elegant, and a wooden bed took up half of the room. However, at least it was clean. Pei Ziyun slowly retreated from the room, feeling refreshed and refreshed. His entire body felt spiritual, but he didn't feel happy at all. After a long time, Pei Ziyun let out a long sigh. "Although my cultivation has improved, there is a limit to the amount of energy a human body can absorb. Even if I cultivate until I die, I will not be able to advance any further. Without paradise and fame, I have gained very little. No wonder Xie Dong is the top cultivator in this world. Looks like I have to get my hands on the immortal dragon veins." Pei Ziyun stood up and washed up. He then called out to the waiter, "Go and buy some breakfast. I heard that there are buns by a steamer of buns." As soon as Pei Ziyun finished speaking, he took a seat. The waiter had already served him a cup of tea. He took a sip, deep in thought. Although the lightning tribulations had destroyed the Taoist and wiped out all memories of the immortal dragon veins, Linshan County still remembered that this was a backup plan. Linshan County is not big, but it is not small either. Based on my feng shui, I can search the entire county and find a backup plan. But it will take a long time. The Taoist took 11 years to find the hidden dragon. I am not looking for the hidden dragon, but a backup plan in Lin Shan County. It will take at least 1 or 2 months, Pei Ziyun thought as he massaged his temples. He was troubled. To find a trace of the dragon, he had traveled thousands of miles in hopes of reaping some rewards. The waiter had a smile on his face. He wore a small hat and carried a dark-colored steamer basket. "Husband, the steamed buns are here." There was also a plate of vinegar and chili sauce on the side. When he opened the lid of the steamer, he saw 10 steamed buns with a lot of fillings and thin skin. They were white and tender, giving off steam. It was very appetizing. Pei Ziyun picked up a pair of chopsticks and picked up a bun. As soon as he put it into his mouth, he could feel the juices flowing out of the bun and the meat bouncing around. Tasted pretty good. Putting down his chopsticks, Pei Ziyun looked at the waiter and asked, "Do you know how many families have moved here in the past 20 years? The waiter revealed an awkward expression. "Young master, I'm only 20 years old. How would I know who's been moving around for the past 20 years? But Grandmolly knows. She's 60 this year, and she's sure to ask around." "Well said, this is your reward." Pei Ziyun threw a string of money at him. "Invite her here, and this is your reward." "Thank you, young master." The waiter replied. "She's not far from here. I'll call her over." It wasn't very far, and after eating 7 or 8 buns, an old woman walked in and bowed. "Young master, are you looking for news? There's nothing within 10 miles that I don't know." "Oh, do you know if there's a Du family among the families that have moved here in the past 20 years? If you do, where are they?" Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Grandmolly thought for some time. "Young master, when the war broke out, there were countless families that moved here. From what I remember, there were more than 10 families that moved here, but the Du family wasn't among them." "Oh, could it be that the Du family didn't move here? That's impossible. Du Zi-nong defied the heavens and killed a dragon, causing the imperial qi to scatter. The war continued for many years, and even the Grand Preceptor couldn't withstand it. He was torn apart by 5 horses and died. He even brought disaster to his family. If the descendants of the Du family didn't retreat to this safe haven, they wouldn't be able to survive. If it's broken, so be it. I'm in a tough spot. If I can't find the Grand Preceptor's Dragon Veins map, do I have to learn from that Taoist and spend a few years scouring the entire country to find the immortal Tao Dragon Veins? That's right. If it was that easy to find, I might not even have a chance." Pei Ziyun consoled himself as he threw a string of money at her. "Then I'll have to trouble you." "Thank you, young master, for your reward." Grandmolly smiled and accepted the money. Pei Ziyun had lost his appetite for the last 2 buns. He pushed them aside and was about to stand up when he realized something. This was a private investigation. How could it be as detailed as the official records? All he had to do was go to the government office and retrieve the information. As he thought of this, Pei Ziyun turned around and called for an ox cart to the government office. The ox cart driver looked at him in shock before acknowledging him. The ox cart then started moving along the street. The government office of Lin Shan County was located in the west of the city. It was a huge courtyard with a screen wall, a main door, a main hall, a study room, and a garden. When he reached the main door of the government office, he walked up the stairs. A bailiff looked at Pei Ziyun and sized him up. Pei Ziyun was very young, and his clothes were neither expensive nor cheap. He couldn't tell why he was here, but he had a scholarly air about him. He had a dignified look on his face and asked, "Young master, are you here to complain?" Pei Ziyun didn't make things difficult for him. He then handed the invitation over. "I am High Scholar Pei Ziyun. I wish to see the county magistrate." After Pei Ziyun's introduction, the bailiff didn't dare to delay any further. He hurriedly accepted the invitation and entered. After some time, a 7th-ranked official in his 40s came out to welcome him. "Is it top scorer Pei? You have graced our county with your presence. Please, please." The county magistrate welcomed him and sat down. The county magistrate then said, "I've long heard of top scorer Pei Ziyun. Your poems and writings have spread far and wide. Every scholar in the world knows of your name. It's just that we've never had the chance to meet." Pei Ziyun then said, "This student was lucky enough to earn a small reputation. I'm ashamed." After exchanging a few words, the county magistrate asked about the purpose of his visit. Pei Ziyun glanced at him. "Many years ago, my Pei family escaped calamity and split up. Now that peace has been restored, my family wishes to reconnect with the old branches and rewrite our genealogy. I've heard that one of the branches escaped to Lin Shan County. I'm not sure if they've changed their surname or not. Please take a look at the records of the people who migrated here in the past 20 years. That's a small matter. Just say the word." When the county magistrate heard this, he didn't hesitate and agreed. "Men, summon the census officer here." After some time, a census officer was summoned. The county magistrate pointed at him and said, "This is top scorer Pei. He wants to check the records of the people who migrated here in the past 20 years. You must not delay and listen to his orders." "Yes." The census officer was a lowly official. He immediately bowed and obeyed the order. Many thanks to the county magistrate. Pei Ziyun stood up and bowed before following the census officer. When he reached a certain area, he saw that there were 3 rooms. There were many cabinets with copper leaf inlaid on them. Each of them had a red label on them. As soon as he entered the room, he could smell the scent of ink. Several people were working at tables. The census officer was a lowly official in the eyes of the county magistrate. He then instructed, "Quick, bring out all the records of the people who migrated here in the past 20 years. He then pointed at the cabinets. "Here, here. When you find them, make a copy of them." He then invited Pei Ziyun to take a seat and smiled. "Old master, please wait a moment. Serve some tea." With a command, several other officials opened the cabinets and retrieved the documents. They seemed to be very familiar with the process. Without much time, they brought out hundreds of documents and started making copies. "You are very capable and experienced." Pei Ziyun invited the census officer to take a seat as well. He sighed in his heart. The emperor had proclaimed himself king. While he was conquering cities and territories, he had made the construction of roads and the rescue of the records of the census officers the 2 most important tasks. In the 7th month of the 3rd year of the dynasty, the emperor had decreed that all citizens who had been expelled from the census officers should surrender themselves within a certain period of time. He also ordered the entire country to conduct a census of the population. The name, place of origin, and the family's financial status were written on it. There was 1 copy for the person, 1 copy for the county, 1 copy for the prefecture, 1 copy for the province, and 1 copy for the Ministry of Revenue. Since the Ministry of Revenue had a yellow cover, it was called the Yellow Book. There were 5 sets of records, which made it extremely difficult to forge. This showed how strict the control of the population was. However, in the previous dynasty, there were 4 categories of records: military, civilian, craftsmen, and cooks. These categories were further subdivided. Now there were only 2 categories: official and civilian. This was a top secret of the government, and was not allowed to be transferred out. However, to someone like him, who had a high official rank, he could take a look. The difference between an official and a civilian was too great. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard the census officer's reply. "My family has been government officials for generations." The census officer bowed and said, "With the establishment of the dynasty, thanks to the emperor's grace, we have the opportunity to be promoted. How can I not work hard and fight for a chance to be promoted? This might not happen in the future." Pei Ziyun suddenly thought of Liao Gu, who had worked hard his whole life to attain a 9th rank. In the end, he died halfway through his career. Pei Ziyun's heart ached for him, but he laughed. you're right. I have a friend, Liao Go, who was also a minor official. He eventually attained a 9th rank. The census officer looked at Pei Ziyun, his eyes gleaming. Your humble subject has heard of him. He was originally a 9th rank official, but died in the line of duty. The officials awarded him a 9th rank posthumously. Seeing Pei Ziyun's expression change, he laughed and sighed. Your humble subject isn't being unreasonable. I'm just envious of him. What officials like us strive for is to get result. My father toiled for 30 years without success. At the end of his life, he held my hand and said, "My son, you have to fight for the honor of my family." Just thinking about that look in his eyes makes my heart ache. If I can really attain a 9th rank, I'm willing to die in office. Pei Ziyun looked at the census officer and said, "The imperial examinations have only been held for a short period of time, and there's still a shortage of officials. If you do your job well, your wish will come true. Many thanks to Master Top Scorer for your auspicious words." The census officer stood up and bowed. In less than an hour, under the efforts of the scribes, they had finished copying the 20-year-old records of the new immigrants. This was also the reason why there weren't many immigrants in the ancient times. Pei Ziyun then stood up and handed over a banknote. It wasn't much, only 10 taels of silver. You've all worked hard. This is the money for the tea, split it amongst yourselves. The census officer hurriedly stood up as well. Thank you, Master Top Scorer, for your reward. When the few scribes saw this, their faces were filled with joy. The leader ate the meat, while the subordinates drank the soup. Everyone would get a share of the spoils. However, one of the 20-year-old scribes had a look of worry in his eyes. By the time he sent Pei Ziyun off, it was almost noon. The scribe then found an excuse to leave the house. When he reached the streets and saw that there was no one around, he spoke a few words to a peddler. When the peddler heard what he said, he frowned and hurried off. Chapter 261. Yuanqing Village. Wei family village. Yuanqing Village was near the mountains, but there was a river to irrigate the land. From the Earth Temple, one could see the river flowing by. Although there were no big boats, there were many small boats. There were wooden bridges across the river. Both sides of the river were fields, with grass huts and cottages. It was a beautiful scene. In front of a courtyard, someone was talking. "Young chieftain, someone wants to check on the migration of people within the past 20 years. This person was Grandmolly. She spoke respectfully. Another middle-aged man rushed into the courtyard. Seeing that Grandmolly was there, he was surprised. He then turned to a young man and said, "Young chieftain, someone is here to check on the migration of people. The clerk we've assigned to the government office has sent word." The young man was lying in the courtyard, basking in the sun. He was a handsome man, with a squarish face. His eyebrows were black and thin, and he had a high nose bridge. His face was pale and calm, and he looked rather skinny. He didn't reply for a while. Grandmolly then asked, "Is it a very young man?" But he had a stern expression on his face, and a strong killing intent. "Yes, Grandma." "Someone from the imperial court?" the young man asked. The middle-aged man was around 40 years old, and his eyebrows were raised. He had a strong killing intent, and didn't reply immediately. He then muttered, "Doesn't look like it. If he's from the imperial court, he should be an official. He's a top scorer, and I've heard that he's a sect leader. I've heard that he's quite famous." The young man pursed his lips and paused before saying, "Keep an eye on him, and see what he's up to." "Yes, young chieftain," the middle-aged man replied. Outside, there was a stall selling steamed buns, dumplings, ramen, noodles, and the aroma of roasted chicken and meat wafted in the air. Pei Ziyun walked out silently and stood under the eaves, allowing the wind to blow against him. After some time, he turned around and looked at the record. Something's not right. Pei Ziyun suddenly remembered that the middle-aged woman was an inquisitive person. Could it be that she didn't know about the migration of people? He flipped through the records and realized that the age matched. This middle-aged woman moved to Wei Village during the chaos of war. Why didn't she say anything? He felt uneasy. As he flipped through the records, he realized that there was only Grandma Li in the village. He then saw a name, Fang Yongjie? His face fell. Fang Yongjie, this name sounds familiar. Could it be the person from the original owner's memories? That mortal who has been locked up in the immortal prison all this time and is even fed well? Fang Yongjie? His surname was Fang. Somehow, it feels very familiar. Pei Ziyun walked over to the window and looked out. He saw an old tree in the middle of the yard. He shook his head and turned around to think. All of a sudden, a thought flashed through his mind. He then cried out, "The rebel king who killed the Grand Preceptor is called Fang Hao. Could it be that he's related?" Furthermore, Fang Hao could be considered as one of the dragon chi that escaped. By killing the Grand Preceptor, it could be said that he took revenge. It's also possible that he obtained the Grand Preceptor's dragon vein diagram. Dragon vein. Fang clan. Xie Qingdong's immortal prison. Could it be that Fang Yongjie is related to the immortal spirit dragon vein? This ray of light flashed past, as though it could light up the night sky. Pei Ziyun paced back and forth for some time before gritting his teeth. Regardless of whether it's true or not, I have to check it out. Just as he was about to leave, a thought flashed across his mind. He stopped in his tracks and took out the county records of Lin Shan County. He flipped through it and searched for the map. Speaking of which, even in ancient times, this map was considered a military secret. It was a crime for an ordinary family to keep it for themselves. But to Pei Ziyun, it was completely open to him. Yuanqing Village has Wei Family Village. Most likely, Wei Family Village migrated here. Wei Family Village means to protect the village. That woman is very nosy. I'm afraid she's the eyes and ears of Wei Family Village. As he thought of this, Pei Ziyun took out a brush and made a mark on Wei Family Village. Behind Wei Family Village was a huge mountain, which he could escape to at any time. Indeed, it's a military strategy. Whether or not it coincides with the direction of the dragon vein, I shall see for myself. Pei Ziyun's mood was extremely good as he turned around and left. Imperial Palace. The sun shone down on the golden tiles, casting a shadow on the ground. Along the way, rows of soldiers stood under the sun, beads of sweat dripping from their brows. Within the palace, several eunuchs and serving maids were standing by, ready to be summoned. The emperor's face turned pale as a eunuch served him medicine. Cough, cough, he coughed a few more times. The emperor was feeling a little irritated as he ate. After a while, he said, "My body is getting worse and worse. Your Majesty, take your medicine properly and your body will recover." The eunuch consoled. "Who doesn't die? I fought for over 10 years and became the emperor. I've experienced too much and I'm getting old." The emperor ran his fingers through his hair, as he found several strands of white hair. Seeing the emaciated emperor, the eunuch felt a little sad and wanted to console him. However, the emperor waved his hands. "I've spent my entire life fighting for the throne. I only hope that my descendants will be able to defend the throne for generations to come. I'm always worried." The emperor spoke as he continued to drink his medicine. Another eunuch entered and saw that the emperor was still drinking his medicine. He then knelt down beside him. "Speak, what's the matter?" The emperor spoke plainly. "Yes, King Lu has reported everything that happened along the way. Nothing happened and he did his best. It's just that." "Just what?" The emperor saw the eunuch kowtowing and said, "Just report it to me. This isn't your fault." "Yes." The emperor drank his medicine as he listened. At first, he was satisfied. When he heard that King Lu wanted to eat fish, but the fish wasn't fresh, the emperor's face turned red. When he heard King Lu's words, he coughed violently and spilled the medicine. The bowl of medicine fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The two eunuchs were shocked and hurriedly knelt down. The emperor ignored them, and his face was drained of blood. He then repeated in a low voice, "I don't even know if my descendants will be able to eat this fish." As soon as he finished speaking, the emperor started tearing up. "A mere deputy dares to bully my son. It's my fault." The emperor's tears flowed down his cheeks as he leaned heavily on his throne. He felt as though his entire body had been hollowed out. He closed his eyes and pondered for some time before he made a decision, passed down the decree. Restore King Lu's title as a prince. The eunuch beside him didn't dare to speak. He then kowtowed and prepared to write the decree. The emperor then called out, "Take charge of 3 prefectures. Add this sentence as well." "Yes, your majesty." "Send it out immediately, do not delay." The emperor's face was stern as he spoke coldly. King Lu's entourage consisted of thousands of people. Not to mention the ox cart, there was also the mule cart. The cavalry had horses, and yet they could only travel 40 kilometers a day. Xie Qingdong sat on the ox cart and looked around with a perplexed expression. He could hear the sounds of footsteps, hooves, and the wheels of the cart. The sky was gloomy and clouds covered the entire sky. Along the way, the villages and the docks were blurry. It seemed as though the journey would never end. These 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers have finally condensed imperial qi. If I don't see it for myself, I won't be able to understand it. Just as he was thinking, he felt a warmth from the talisman in his robes. Because he was near King Lu, he was affected by the heat. Xie Qingdong then turned into a forest. The canopy of the trees wasn't very tall, but the surroundings were dark and gloomy. Xie Qingdong then activated his talisman, and a bright light appeared. A Taoist reported to him about Pei Ziyun. Damn it. Since he was near King Lu, he was affected as well. The heat from the talisman faded away. Xie Qingdong then turned into a forest. The canopy of the trees wasn't very high, but the surroundings were dark and gloomy. Xie Qingdong then activated the talisman and a Taoist reported to him. Xie Qingdong listened to the report and was shocked. He then asked for more details and was enraged. He then slammed his palm on the tree, causing it to tremble as a palm print appeared. "This won't do, I have to rush over." Xie Qingdong was about to move when he stopped and paced back and forth several steps. He then frowned, but King Lu is at a critical juncture. If we lose him, it will be difficult for him to succeed. Within the forest, there were many birds chirping nonstop, which made Pei Ziyun feel even more frustrated. Within the carriage, King Lu was drinking bird's nest porridge. His face was slightly rosy, but his body had yet to fully recover. He was still a little frail and weak. Xie Qingdong returned to the entourage. His expression was one of struggle and unease. King Lu placed the bowl of porridge down and smiled at Xie Qingdong. "Mr. Xie, you've been feeling uneasy lately. What's the matter?" Hearing King Lu's words, Xie Qingdong was shocked. He then replied, "King Lu, I'm a little worried. I've done everything I could, but I don't know what the result is." When King Lu heard this, his heart warmed as he smiled. "Man proposes, God disposes. You've done your best, and I'm very grateful. Whether you succeed or not depends on the will of the heavens." At this point, a horse galloped towards them. Both of them felt something and looked up. They saw a eunuch riding on a horse, with several imperial guards behind him. The eunuch who was leading the group shouted, "King Lu, your majesty, please wait. There's an imperial edict." Hearing this voice, Xie Qingdong stood up and smiled. "Congratulations, King Lu, it's done." King Lu stood up as well. "Quick, follow me to welcome the emperor." The incense burner table was set up. King Lu was dressed in the attire of a king. He looked skinny, but his complexion was much better. He knelt down and looked at the eunuch. Seeing that the eunuch had a smile on his face, King Lu's heart was at ease. He then knelt down and welcomed the imperial edict. Your son respectfully awaits the Emperor. Greetings, Emperor. The eunuch unfolded the imperial edict and read it out. The edict states, King Lu is wise and intelligent and has served the country with sincerity. He shall be pardoned of his crimes, and be conferred the title of King Lu. He shall be given the title of King Lu, and be given the title of King Lu. Hearing this imperial edict, King Lu's entire body trembled as tears streamed down his cheeks. He had planned so much for this day. Wiping away his tears, King Lu shouted out, Your son accepts the imperial edict. Thank you for your kindness. Xie Qingdong glanced over. As soon as the imperial edict was read out, he heard the roar of a dragon as it pounced on King Lu. King Lu's aura changed drastically. He was now a king, and was surrounded by black qi. He was conferred the title of King Lu, and was given the title of King Lu. He was given the title of King Lu, and was given the title of King Lu. Seeing the changes, Xie Qingdong couldn't help but sigh. I've been cultivating for over 10 years, and yet I can't even measure up to a single edict. It's just that cultivating depends on one's own body, and one's own strength belongs to one's self. Unless someone specifically targets me, I shall be free. There are pros and cons to this. He then looked at King Lu, who was escorting the eunuch away. Xie Qingdong thought to himself, now that I have the capital to become a dragon, the next thing I need to do is to make use of the imperial qi to break through to become an earth immortal. King Lu rewarded the eunuch handsomely, and watched as the eunuch left. He then held the imperial edict in his hands and stood under the sun. He then exhaled deeply. Xie Qingdong then walked up to congratulate him. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Chapter 262. Hearing the congratulations, King Lu looked up at the sun in the sky and squinted his eyes. I've finally succeeded. Mr. Xie, you've done a great deed. Why don't you drink a few cups of wine with me tonight? It's to celebrate, and also to express my gratitude. King Lu spoke as he regained his usual poise, wisdom, and calm demeanor. Seeing King Lu in such a state, Xie Qingdong thought to himself, King Lu is really impressive. It's a pity that he's not the eldest son of the first wife. But it's also fortunate that he's the eldest son. That's why I have a chance. He then thought of Lin Shan County and said, Your Highness, your humble servant has something to ask of you. Please allow me to do so. King Lu was shocked as he looked at Xie Qingdong and asked, Did I do something wrong and caused Mr. Xie to feel aggrieved? Of course not. It's just that my sect has summoned me to do something. I hope your Highness will agree to it. I'm afraid I can't attend the banquet. I'll be back in half a month if I'm short, or a month if I'm long. If your Highness has something to do, you can order a Taoist to summon me. I'll come as soon as possible. Hearing these words, King Lu paused for some time before sighing, All right, I hope Mr. will return as soon as possible. He then ordered his subordinates, Quickly bring 100 taels of gold over. Xie Qingdong didn't refuse. He took it and rode his horse, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yuanqing Township. An ox cart headed towards Wei family village. Many cicadas were chirping outside the cart. In the blink of an eye, it was already early summer, and the inside of the cart was a little hot. Young master, we have arrived at Wei family village, the driver shouted. Pei Ziyun alighted from the ox cart. The ox cart driver was sweating profusely. Pei Ziyun stretched out his hand and handed over the fare to the ox cart driver. He then added another 10 or so coins. You can have the extra. Thank you, young master. The driver's sweaty face broke into a smile as he thanked Pei Ziyun profusely. Seeing that Pei Ziyun was about to head towards Wei village, he said, Young master, the people of Wei village are all very valiant. Within a radius of a few kilometers, no one can compete with them. Furthermore, the village doesn't like outsiders. Young master, if you're going to Wei village, you must be careful. Thank you. Pei Zi-yun thanked him and started looking around. In front of him was a stretch of fertile land, followed by the Wei family village. Wei family village was very close to the mountain. Many of the houses in the village were made of stone. There was a wall at the entrance of the village. If something happened, the gate in front of the village would immediately become a blockhouse. Pei Zi-yun swept his gaze across the village. The paddy fields in front of the village were green and lush. A few villagers were weeding the fields, wearing straw hats to shield themselves from the sun. From time to time, dragonflies would lower their bodies as they chased each other around the paddy field. In front of the main gate of the village, there were several large stones, the top of which had been polished clean. Several strong men were playing chess with their hoes beside them. Pei Zi-yun hesitated no longer and looked at the surrounding terrain. Wei family village was surrounded by mountains. Looking at it from a different angle, he could see that the mountains were continuous, and there was a small river in the middle. It was like a magnet that attracted his attention. If I intentionally search for it, I'm afraid it will take many years. But he was prejudiced, and he took a liking to him at first glance. The value of this mountain village lies not in the earth's veins, but in the circle formed by the dragon veins. Although it does not directly involve the dragon chi, it is protected by the dragon chi and has become a safe haven. If it is not rich and powerful, but if the wind blows, the water will flow, and the family's fortune will last for a long time, and there will be no calamities and no tribulations. Of course, this no calamities and no tribulations is a lie, but as long as there are no major changes, it will be like this. The refuge that the Taoists left behind must be this place. Wonderful, this is using the dragon chi to restrain the dragon chi and the wrath of the heavens. If a punishment were to be placed here, it would affect the dragon chi itself. This is actually a question of whether it is worth it or not. If it were the Taoist or the Grand Preceptor, they would not be able to escape the wrath of the heavens. However, if it were just the sins of their descendants, they might not be able to cause the wrath of the heavens even if they were to damage the feng shui of this place. I can almost confirm that this Fang Yongjie is the son of Fang Hao. If not, there wouldn't be such a coincidence. Just as Pei Zi-yun was thinking about this, he stood there in a daze for a while. He then felt several pairs of eyes staring at him. Although the villagers looked normal, they were actually filled with killing intent. Their actions were similar to those of soldiers. A villager with a hideous look on his face had a scar running down his face. He then threw the chess piece onto a rock and stood up. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for Fang Yongjie, elementary scholar Fang. Pei Zi-yun smiled as he spoke. Looking at these villagers, he was even more certain of his identity. Everyone present froze in place, as a murderous aura emanated from them. The villager with the scar on his face asked coldly, "Why are you looking for elementary scholar Fang? Just pass the message and you'll understand. Say that Ing Prefecture's top scorer Pei Zi-yun wishes to see you." Pei Zi-yun didn't seem to mind. The villagers looked at each other, before the one with the scar on his face hurriedly entered the house. The rest of the villagers looked at Pei Zi-yun. A hunter appeared on the observation deck, holding a bow in his hands. There were arrows in the quiver on his back. Fang Mansion, the young man, looked extremely weak. Grandma Li followed behind him and poured him a cup of ginseng tea. The scarred villager entered and bowed. "Young chieftain, Ing Prefecture's top scorer Pei Zi-yun wishes to see you." Hearing these words, the young man smiled and said, "Speaking of someone, he's here. I didn't expect him to come looking for me. Please, come in and meet me." "Young chieftain, this person has come looking for you. I'm afraid he has ill intentions," Grandma Li said. The young man placed the teacup on the table. I don't have anything else to worry about. Besides, I have your protection. Please, come in." The scarred villager then walked out and invited Pei Zi-yun into the house. As he walked along the village, he noticed that the houses were neat and tidy. Many children were running around the village. The scarred villager looked at the children warmly. Before long, they arrived at a courtyard. The scarred villager then said, "We're here. Please follow me." At this point, a young man around 18 or 19 years of age came out to welcome him. His face was yellow and he coughed repeatedly. "So it's Master Top Scorer who has come to visit. Welcome, welcome." Pei Ziyun bowed. I don't dare. I'm sorry to have disturbed you." At this point, Grandma Li walked out and said, "Young master, the food and wine have been prepared." However, he ignored Pei Ziyun, as if he was a stranger. Seeing Grandma Li appear, Pei Ziyun understood that his questions had been answered by this youth. He knew that Pei Ziyun had come here with ulterior motives, yet he did not change his expression. Instead, he invited wine and meat. Pei Ziyun followed the young man into the living room. The interior of the room was extremely ordinary, and there wasn't anything special about it. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that it was made out of precious wood and was glowing brightly. Pei Ziyun looked across the living room. On the main seat there was a painting of a tiger. The tiger had a ferocious expression on its face, as though it was about to devour someone. The young man looked at Pei Ziyun. "It's an honor for Master Top Scorer to visit. I've spent many days reading Pei Ziyun's poems. If I have to say what I like this one the most. Looking back, the person is just there." As the young man spoke, he took out a poem and handed it over. It was a collection of Pei Ziyun's poems. On it there were many comments and insights. It was obvious that he had put a lot of effort into it. Looking at this collection of poems, Pei Ziyun laughed. "I didn't expect you to like poems. It's just that poems are good, and you can't attain scholarly rank." The young man laughed bitterly. "Look at my frail body. I'm afraid that studying hard will only result in my death. Becoming an elementary scholar is my limit." As he spoke, he sighed. "Young master looks so young, how did you become like this?" Pei Ziyun was puzzled. Generals dream on the battlefield, while nobles sit high above. When I was young, my body wasn't too bad and I never had dreams. It's just that when I was 10, a blind Taoist came to the village to read my fortune. He said that I would be imprisoned for life, and would have no future. He then gave me a talisman. Not long after, I fell ill. After that, I took the talisman and burned it. My life was saved, but my body was so weak that I couldn't even leave my courtyard for long. Oh, there's such a thing? It sounds like this blind Taoist was the one who harmed you," Pei Ziyun said after thinking for some time. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, the young man sighed. "I had the same suspicions as well. Before I fell ill, I heard someone say, 'Take your bones.' I fainted, but when I woke up, I felt my bones. They were all there. Maybe it was just a hallucination." As soon as these words were spoken, Pei Ziyun felt his entire body go numb, as if he was connected to something. How could one's bones be borrowed? Forget about the past, even the future. Pei Ziyun was stumped as he thought of someone. In the original owner's previous life, the plum blossom had been borrowed by someone as well. Pei Ziyun's face turned gloomy. He closed his eyes and opened his master. At that moment, the image of a young man appeared before him. He saw that this person was a mixture of red and white. First was the white elementary scholar. Other than that, there was also some gray and light red. Beyond that, there was a golden hue. The golden hue, could it be that I killed the imperial tutor? As for the gray and black hue, it must have been caused by the imperial tutor's massacre. The light red hue came from the surrounding fields. This was the wealth of the land and was not surprising. However, there were also some weapons within. It was obvious that this Wei family village was left behind by the imperial tutor. Pei Ziyun opened his eyes and saw several servants carrying dishes into the living room. The dishes were all steaming hot and looked delicious. A piece of pork knuckle was plump, but not greasy. It was sprinkled with red chili powder and some spring onions. The pork skin was roasted to a golden brown, and gave off a fragrant aroma that made one's mouth water. The young man waited for the dishes to be served. He glanced at them and said, "Master Top Scorer, please have a seat and eat. This village's hospitality is lacking," the young man said as he picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of vegetable to eat. It was not greasy at all. After eating a few mouthfuls, he toasted 3 more times. The young man then took a handkerchief and wiped the grease from his mouth. He then looked at Pei Ziyun and asked, "Master Top Scorer, we've never met before. I've only heard of your reputation, but I've never heard of you. I wonder why Master Top Scorer is looking for me?" Pei Ziyun drank a mouthful of wine and looked at the young man and laughed. "When I heard of your family's reputation, I hadn't even become an elementary scholar. Isn't that right, young Master Fong, or should I say, the son of the imperial tutor?" As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding servants who were serving the dishes acted like startled wolves. They all pulled out their knives, and the entire living room was filled with killing intent. It was as if blood was going to be spilled all over the place. Pei Ziyun didn't seem to care at all. He stretched out his hand and picked up a pair of chopsticks. He then grunted coldly. Strangely, although he didn't snort very loudly, the people around him felt their vision go black, as if they were going to faint. Pei Ziyun's hand flashed, and the chopsticks flew out. With a quick tap, they heard a series of pa-pa sounds as their hands went numb, and their knives fell to the ground. Chapter 263. The strangest thing was that the chopsticks flew back to him. Pei Ziyun looked at the youth. "Although I didn't use the leaves to hurt you, I can still kill you with the chopsticks. If I had any evil intentions, wouldn't it be easy to kill you?" The youth's expression did not change as he said, "Indeed, you have good skills. To kill me, you only need to sit down and move your hand." At this point, he still had the demeanor to do so. Pei Ziyun looked at him and felt a chill in his heart. Just now, I used my Tao arts to disturb everyone's state of mind. Only this youth was not affected. Although he was an elementary scholar, he was protected by the yellow qi. He was a noble. But this can't be a gift from my father. The king of Wei is dead, and his country is no more. Not to mention a mere rebel king. Even if he was a king for 300 years, once the country was destroyed, it would lose its power. Looks like my guess was right. This is a gift from killing the Grand Preceptor. The youth looked at Pei Ziyun and asked, "Since you're not here to kill me, what's your purpose?" "The map of the dragon veins," Pei Ziyun said softly. The youth was startled, but he did not get angry. Instead, he started laughing. Ha ha! Laughter reverberated in the room. Everyone in the room looked over, and the people in the room hurriedly called out, "Young master!" After laughing for a while, the youth stopped and ordered, "Bring the map of the dragon veins here." Grandma Li tried to persuade him, "Young chieftain, this is the inheritance of old master. How can you take it out just like that?" The youth waved his hands, "Grandma Li, just bring it out. With such martial arts and Tao arts, how can we fight against them? A wise man submits to circumstances. This map of the dragon veins is no longer of use to my family. Just bring it out." Seeing the youth in front of him so straightforward, Pei Ziyun paused. He never thought that he would be able to obtain the map so easily. His heart was filled with joy, but at the same time, he thought to himself, "There are many heroes under the heavens. This youth has the qualities of a wise ruler. It's a pity that his looks alone are useless." Some time later, Grandma Li brought a small sandalwood box to him. The youth opened the box with a key, and inside was a map of the dragon veins. There were many words written on it. The youth handed it over. "Brother Pei, you can check it." Pei Ziyun took out the dragon veins map and looked at it from top to bottom. At the end, he stopped abruptly. At this point, the young man's face was pale, as though he would collapse at any moment. He gently placed the teacup down and said, I don't know what young master wants, but my clan only has half of the Dragon Veins map. If young master wants it, feel free to take it. Hearing this, Pei Ziyun looked at the youth in front of him, as if trying to read his expression. Ha ha. Pei Ziyun stared at him for some time before he laughed out and asked, Your Highness is so straightforward. What do you want? Don't call me Your Highness. When the Imperial Guard army was defeated, there would be no more Your Highness. The young man was silent for a long time before he sighed in disappointment. It was as if something had touched his heart. He looked out the window and saw a vegetable field with some vegetables and fruits growing in the garden. The young man stood up and walked a few steps. Without even turning his head back, he said, Master Top Scorer, I'm sure you're trying to find the secrets of the heavens in the Dragon Veins. I have a wish. If young master can help me achieve it, I can tell you the location of the other half of the Dragon Veins map. Hearing the young man's words, Pei Ziyun took out the Dragon Veins map and took a deep breath. Young Master Fong, what do you want? If it's to help you conquer the world, then forget it. The young man paused for some time before laughing out. A defeated army is like a landslide. Since ancient times, when has a defeated country been able to rise again? Besides, with my health, how can I talk about conquering the world? All of you leave. The young man turned around and instructed Grandmolly. Yes, young chieftain. The young man saw that everyone had left before he walked closer to Pei Ziyun and said, I have a girl I like, but I have two problems. Firstly, her family doesn't want us to be together, and rejected me. However, I can't let go of her. You have to help me marry her. I can't let her go, and I can't let her down. I believe this shouldn't be a problem for Master Top Scorer, right? Secondly, my health isn't good and I can't have sex. I don't have any other requests. As long as you can give birth to a son, no, even a daughter, and let her inherit the Fong family's bloodline, I will tell you the location of the other half of the Dragon Veins map. Cough cough, Master Top Scorer, if you can do it, I will tell you. If you can't, I'm afraid my body won't last much longer. If I get a shock, I might die on the spot. As he spoke up to this point, the young man's face turned red, as tears welled up in his eyes. So that's how it was. His body wasn't good, and he didn't have any ambitions. It's just that he was blessed. How did he end up like this? Pei Ziyun paused for some time before saying, Let me take your pulse. The young man sat down and extended his hand in front of Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun felt his pulse and asked, What's the girl's name? The young man's face was pale. Her surname is Chow, and her name is Danyu. Her house isn't far from here, it's just opposite. The son of King Wei, even if he can't have sex, but in this village, who can't he do it? Why isn't she by his side? Pei Ziyun thought to himself, and was shocked. That's not right. His vital energy has been depleted, and he's already a dead man. How can he still be alive? Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he continued to feel his pulse. He couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. It was as if there was some sort of life force that kept him alive. This was something Pei Ziyun had never seen before. After thinking for some time, he then said, Your vital energy has been depleted. You should have died long ago, but you're still alive. It's as if there's some sort of life force keeping you alive. I've never seen this illness before, and it's really strange. Pei Ziyun then paused for some time before saying, His vital energy has been depleted, and he should have died long ago. However, he's still alive. It's as if there's some sort of life force keeping him alive. I've never seen this illness before, and it's really strange. When the young man heard this, he was filled with hope. Master Top Scorer, I've invited over 10 famous doctors, and they all said that I wouldn't live past 20. However, I can't just die like this. My Fong family is my only son now. When the army was defeated, so many people fought at the front lines to cover my retreat. Because of this, I wish to continue the lineage of my Fong family. The young man revealed a bitter smile, but his tone was extremely calm. Just do what you need to do. If you fail, then my Fong family and I are doomed. Pei Ziyun did not speak as he turned around and walked out the door. Under the guidance of a servant, Pei Ziyun found the Chow household. There were a few thatched huts, and a young lady was hard at work. The sound of coughing could be heard coming from within. As soon as he got closer, Pei Ziyun frowned. It was as if the entire hut was filled with sin. He could feel his hairs standing on end as he hurriedly took a few steps back. His master opened its eyes and looked around. The entire world seemed to have turned gray and black. This was especially so for the thatched hut. He then looked at the young girl. She wasn't very pretty, but she was tall and had an oval face. She had a few freckles on her face. She was busy chopping firewood. Pei Ziyun was silent for some time before letting out a long sigh. This kind of sin can only be committed by a few people. This person must be a descendant of Grand Preceptor Du. He didn't expect the descendants to have so much sin. However, the third generation of young ladies who were hard at work had much less sin, and yet the sin was still concentrated into a ball. This sin, if there is no external help, would cause the descendants to suffer from poverty and misfortune. I'm afraid it would take a few more generations before the sin would disappear. The young lady who was chopping wood saw a young man approaching her. She paused and asked, "Young master, you look unfamiliar. What brings you to my house?" Pei Ziyun's eyes gleamed as he smiled and didn't speak immediately. He then said, "I am a high scholar from the city, and am here to pay a visit to elementary scholar Fong. I have to know that he has a wish. He wishes to marry you, and told me that he can't leave you. What do you think?" Hearing Pei Ziyun's straightforward words, the young lady's face turned red as she lowered her head shyly. Her eyes dimmed as she said, "Young master, this is impossible." Pei Ziyun asked curiously, "You don't like him? Or are you lacking in monetary gift?" The young lady's face turned pale. "No, that's not it. I like him. I've never liked anyone else as much as I like him. But I have my own difficulties." As the young lady spoke, she looked at Pei Ziyun. Her eyes were like that of a deer, causing Pei Ziyun to freeze. She was struggling, conflicted, and in pain. It was as if he could see the original owner's eyes from the night before Yi Su was kidnapped. Pei Ziyun fell silent. The young lady bit her lips as she looked at him. She then threw the axe on the ground and ran back into the house with tears in her eyes. At this point, a coughing sound could be heard from within the house. Pei Ziyun followed her in and saw a bearded man lying on a bed. A middle-aged woman was tearfully taking care of him. The moment he entered, he could smell a foul stench. At this point, the man who was lying on the bed opened his eyes and saw a man walking in. He was enraged. "You're that bastard's messenger? Get the hell out of here!" The man struggled and picked up a spittoon from the floor and was about to throw it at Pei Ziyun. The middle-aged woman hurriedly tried to stop him. The young lady shouted, "Father, don't be angry. Anger will harm your body." Seeing this, Pei Ziyun sighed in his heart. Du Zinong was a scholar of the previous dynasty. He had risen to the position of Grand Preceptor. In order to regain his fortune, he went against the heavens and killed a hidden dragon. In the end, the hidden dragon's chi did not die. It split into dozens of different parts. The world's heroes rose up together, and the war became even more intense. One of them, the Wei Wang, killed the entire Du family and obtained half of the dragon veins. The Du family changed their surname to Chow and fled to a sanctuary. It's a pity that even so, they couldn't survive. Now all that's left is this young lady. The Wei Wang army was defeated, and the Fong family, who obtained half of the dragon veins, fled here as well. In the end, both families ended up living in the same village. The most dramatic thing is that the young lady fell in love with each other. This is such a melodramatic drama. Thinking up to this point, Pei Ziyun pressed his forehead and said coldly, "You know your family's situation very well. Your entire family is in danger of being wiped out. Do you really want to die without descendants? I have a problem with the rule of law, and you still want to be so rude to me?" The middle-aged man who was about to throw the spittoon at Pei Ziyun heard these words. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body stiffened as he stared at Pei Ziyun. With much difficulty, he asked, "Who are you?" Pei Ziyun laughed out before speaking in a loud voice. "Ing Prefecture's top scorer, Free Cloud sect leader, conferred the title of Dao Master Qi Ning." Chapter 264. Hearing this, the middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Pei Ziyun. Just as Pei Ziyun had predicted, he understood. Free Cloud sect leader? Pei Ziyun smiled, revealing his teeth as he looked at the middle-aged man. "I know who you are. Your illness is not an ordinary illness. Do you want me to continue?" The middle-aged man's expression changed as he looked at Pei Ziyun. All of a sudden, he calmed down and looked at his wife and daughter. His tone became gentler. "You and the little girl, please go out first." Hearing her father's sudden change in tone, the young girl paused and did not speak. She stood up hesitantly as the middle-aged woman pulled her out of the room. Pei Ziyun sat down on a stool. The young girl kept looking back, trying to read her father's and this young man's expressions. "You treat your daughter with malice, and want to sever ties with her. Have you ever thought about your daughter's feelings?" Pei Ziyun stared into the middle-aged man's eyes. The middle-aged man started coughing violently as he screamed, "What do you know? Do you know the hatred between our families? Do you know what happened to my family?" Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. "I don't know? I don't know it's you?" There was no oil lamp in the room, but there was a foul stench in the room. After saying this, Pei Ziyun clasped his hands behind his back and paced around the room. After a long time, he stood still and said, "In this world, fate is not fixed. The difficulty of going against it is incomparable. The previous dynasty was destroyed 300 years ago because of the excessive taxation and natural disasters. The common people could not live on. With the cries of the common people, a revolution was brewing. This is fate. It follows the heavens and the people." At this point, Pei Ziyun looked at the middle-aged man. "You're a scholar and the son of an official. You should understand this." Hearing this, the middle-aged man started trembling. Of course, he knew that the most important thing in a revolution was to follow the will of the heavens and respond to the people. Every dynasty was established on the basis of eliminating the mandate of heaven of the previous dynasty. This was the highest principle of law that every dynasty had to renew. It's not that the old dynasty can't be saved. Although it's difficult to revive it, it's not uncommon for it to last for decades. Most uprisings are suppressed in the end. This is the case. Pei Ziyun sighed. In his own world, the Huang Chao uprising and the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom uprising were all similar. Later generations felt that it was normal, but in reality, success or failure was a matter of a single hair's breadth. Even if it can't be redeemed, throughout the ages, there have been many cases of loyal ministers sacrificing their lives for the country. Of course, even though the new dynasty is an enemy of the country, they rarely punish the ministers. Usually, after a few decades, they will even reward them. I heard that the current emperor already has this idea, but it hasn't been implemented yet, leaving it to the next emperor. But why isn't your father Du Zinong on the list? Because your father doesn't obey the heavens. If it's following the will of the heavens, why would he need to rely on his divine ability to break the hidden dragon that represents the will of the heavens? To respond to people's words, we should use strategy, bravery, and manpower to go against them. These are all righteous paths. But your father, as the grand preceptor, thinks of using geomancy to dig up the dragon vein. Where does the dragon vein come from? In fact, it was because of the wishes of the people. The prayers of the people were heard by the heavens. This is a crime against the people and the heavens. Not to mention that this action has led to even more tragic disasters. How many more people have died because of this? You're crying injustice, the entire world is crying injustice. Do you hear that? Pei Ziyun laughed coldly as he paced around the room. He frowned at the stench in the room and pushed open the window. A ray of sunlight shone in through the window, dispersing the stench. The middle-aged man behind him had turned pale after hearing these words. His lips trembled as he tried to speak, but no words came out. All he could say was, You know the ins and outs of my family. Of course, your surname is Du, not Chow. Pei Ziyun glanced at him and took a few steps forward. In the affairs of the world, the winner takes all. Your father destroyed the dragon veins. If he could really save the world for 100 years, no, 50 years would be sufficient. That would be another evaluation. But your father failed. You're from a scholarly family, and an official's family. I'm sure you know that your father defied the heavens and failed. Your father's body was torn apart by 5 horses, and his descendants were to be punished as well. It's just that you obtained the Taoists' map of the dragon veins, which gave you an opportunity to move to this shelter. That's why you didn't get your revenge. Even if you're the son of Du Zinong, you're still a bastard. In order to preserve your bloodline, the Du family allowed you to suffer, but at least you had some good fortune. If not, you would have died a long time ago. When I first came here, I saw that the houses nearby were all empty. There were a few graves, and they were filled with sin. I'm sure they belonged to the descendants of your Du family. Even after death, the sin did not dissipate, and they suffered in the underworld. The few people who escaped here, due to their sins, found it hard to survive even in this shelter. Now only your family is left. Am I right? Pei Ziyun stared at the middle-aged man, who suddenly burst into tears. His face was filled with tears. All his ferocious looks were just a disguise. It was all a result of his sins. Ai. Pei Ziyun sighed. It wasn't clear if he was sighing at the middle-aged man, or at the fate of the Du family. He paced a few steps and said, Your daughter's sins are lighter than yours, but they're not small either. Because of the blood connection, the sins have long been entangled in her body. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid she won't be able to wait until the 4th generation. Without a bloodline, there will be no future generations. There will also be no opportunity to save your father's soul. Do you have the heart to do that? Filial piety? Or unfilial? Pei Ziyun asked. Following Pei Ziyun's words, the entire room was filled with the sound of crying. After a long time, the middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Pei Ziyun. He then asked in a hoarse voice, Then what do you think I should do? Pei Ziyun replied plainly, Actually, your idea is feasible. As long as the descendants continue to carry on the legacy, the sins of each generation will be lighter than the previous. If you accumulate good karma for hundreds of years, or if you produce a good minister, then the sins of your father can be washed away. But the amount of sin is much greater than you can imagine. It's too late. The only plan now is to use good karma to offset the sins. Hearing these words, the middle-aged man laughed bitterly. Good karma? If it's really good karma, then how could he possibly like my daughter? Pei Ziyun nodded his head and lowered his voice. What you've said makes sense. To offset the sins, you need a family with good karma. But no family has good karma. Who would want to marry your daughter? Even if the family with good karma doesn't know about it, they would at least have someone to remind them. Hearing these words, the middle-aged man didn't speak. He lowered his head slightly. If you change your surname, wouldn't the Fong family know that you're from the Du family? You should know that Fong Yongjie carries the karma of your ancestors. Coincidentally, he admires your daughter. If he marries your daughter, it would offset the sins. I've advised him to give your family a son. That way you can continue the ancestral line. This is the last chance for your Du family. Besides, even if you can't offset the sins of your father, you can slow it down. Furthermore, the descendants of your Du family will not be implicated. When the time comes, someone will become a high-ranking official and help your father obtain a title. When that time comes, you should know what this means, Pei Ziyun said coldly. Actually, he felt that Fang Yongjie already knew about this. But to the Fang family, they didn't suffer any losses at the hands of the Du family. All they did was kill a person when they were conquering the lands. Killing tens of thousands of people, it didn't matter if they killed one more or one less. But at this point it was more effective to pretend that he didn't know. At this point no one spoke. All that could be heard was the middle-aged man coughing violently. Even though the windows were open, the atmosphere in the room was stifling. The wind blew in, and they could see the trees under the sunlight. From afar they could see the houses. These houses had long since been abandoned. A swallow flew by and landed on a bird's nest. The middle-aged man seemed to have something to say, but swallowed his words every time. Is he moved? He can't seem to make up his mind. Pei Ziyun thought to himself, but it's better to attack his heart. I don't have a choice. Think about it yourself. Do you want to use the Fang family to wash away your sins? You may die, but your daughter may not. She can still be saved, but if you miss this chance, the bloodline of the Du family will cease to exist. Pei Ziyun said as he turned around to leave. Pei Ziyun knew that he couldn't let the man think that he was here to beg for help. Sometimes, being forceful would result in a person being forced into a corner. This was because the more he pushed, the more he would resist. Given time to think, there was only one option left, and he would have no choice but to agree. Only the middle-aged man was left in the room. His silence was suffocating. Ah! Pei Ziyun had just walked out of the room when he heard a series of painful cries. There was even the sound of bowls being smashed. When the middle-aged woman heard this, her expression changed. Her heart was in her throat as she rushed into the room. Father! The young lady looked at Pei Ziyun and hurried after him. Seeing the cautious look on her face, Pei Ziyun touched his face and mumbled to himself, "Do I look like a bad person?" The sound of voices could be heard from the room, followed by the sound of crying. After a long time, the door opened and the young lady walked out. Her eyes were red and her tears were flowing. It was unclear what the middle-aged man had said. She wiped her tears away and said, "Father invites you in." Pei Ziyun entered the room. The middle-aged man stared at him with bloodshot eyes and asked, "Can you guarantee that it will work?" Pei Ziyun knew that he had given in. Marrying off his daughter to the man who killed his father was indeed painful, but it was the only way out. Pei Ziyun sighed, "I can't guarantee anything. I can only say that there's a 70 to 80% chance that I can solve your family's problem. Of course, to say that there's no way out would be a lie. I'm the sect leader of Free Cloud Sect, and also the Tao Master Qi Ning. If I'm willing to sacrifice myself, there are 2 or 3 ways to solve this problem. But what virtue or ability do you have to make me sacrifice myself?" Pei Ziyun laughed. "Do you still think that you're the Du family from decades ago?" According to the information, decades ago, the Du family had officials and ox carts lined up for miles, with hundreds of people waiting to meet them. But now, that glory was gone forever. The middle-aged man's lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. He then started coughing violently. After coughing, he seemed to have accepted his fate and sighed, "Since that's the case, then this is the only way." Pei Ziyun nodded his head, and his voice turned gentle. "I'll get someone to send some silver, rice, and cloth over." Seeing that the middle-aged man was about to speak, he waved his hands. "Since you're already married, and you still want to use the Fang family to wash away your sins, If you continue to be virtuous, you're just lying to yourself. Why don't you be more open and aboveboard? Even if you don't want it, your daughter still needs a dowry. Your wife is from a scholarly family, and has suffered so much with you. You should at least see the end of the bitterness. Even if it's you, you'll have to wait until your second son is born. He'll have to recognize his surname and given his name. Only then will you be considered worthy of the Du family, right? Pei Ziyun's words caused the middle-aged man to be speechless, as tears streamed down his face. Pei Ziyun floated out of the room, sighing in his heart. He had been too soft-hearted. Actually, he had seen through the middle-aged man's determination to die, but his last words had dispelled it. Chapter 265. Fong Mansion. The trees had grown luxuriantly, and the fences were covered with vines. Pei Ziyun returned. Within the room, the young man had an anxious look on his face as he paced back and forth. However, his body was not very well, so he had to rest after walking for a while, and he would occasionally pant. Hearing the door open, the young man walked up and asked anxiously, "Master Top Scorer, how did it go?" When Pei Ziyun heard this, he waved his hands and said, "You're a scholar, and need to be calm and collected. Your body is weak, and can't handle all this. Sit down and we'll talk." Hearing Pei Ziyun's comforting words, the young man sat down. His face was unnaturally red as he closed the fan in his hands. "It's done. The conditions are simple. There's only one. The second son must bear the surname Du, and carry on the Du family's bloodline." Pei Ziyun looked at the situation and didn't bother to keep him in suspense. When the young man heard this, he stood up and opened his mouth wide. "You know, the son of the previous dynasty's grand preceptor, I know that. But have you ever considered that although the Du family was killed by your father, they were still plagued by sins and misfortunes? If you were to marry her, I'm afraid you would lose more than half of your fortune. Furthermore, you would have to consider the opinions of your subordinates as well." Pei Ziyun looked at the youth's flushed face as he spoke. When the young man heard this, he took a few steps back and forth. Suddenly, he raised his head and sighed. He opened his folding fan and saw the words written on it, suddenly looking back, "That person is in the dim light of the lantern." The youth's face turned from red to white. Seeing that there was no one around, he said in a low and hurried voice, "Hey, don't think that just because I'm the son of King Wei I have a lot of choices. When the guards were defeated, someone risked his life to protect me and helped me escape. But things have changed. That was then, and this is now. We fled in a panic. Although we brought gold and silver with us, it was not as much as we imagined. My family bought 2,000 mu of land in Wei Village. However, in order to not attract attention, we divided it equally among the families. I only have 200 mu of land under my name." At this point, the young man sighed. "Others think that I'm still a child and don't remember things. Don't look at how respectful they are now. I can see it in my eyes. Now, their attitude is not even 1/10 of what it was when I moved here at the age of 10. That's human nature. Since the Fong clan can't extend any favors to them, it's already very good that they've managed to maintain their status to this extent." An indescribable melancholy smile appeared on the young man's face. "Besides, it's hard for them to revere my body. In order to become a young master, I have worked very hard, but this is all I can do." "You haven't experienced it. You didn't see the changes in their eyes: doubt, disappointment, coldness. Besides, things are getting more and more peaceful now, so I don't think too much about it. I just want to continue the bloodline of the Fong family. When I suddenly look back, that person is in a place where the lights are waning. I want to forget these 2 sentences, but I'm not willing to. Can't I be willful for once and live for myself? If you love someone, why should they separate just because of a feud? If she doesn't love me, then so be it. But I know that she loves me. Everyone in the village thinks that she's unlucky. She was betrothed to 3 different men by her father, and all of them died suddenly. Her father would rather see her grow old alone than marry me." The young man gritted his teeth before sighing and laughing bitterly. "If I had a second son, I would agree. But now, it's hard for me to even have one. Master Top Scorer, you said that I'm exhausted. All I want now is to spend the rest of my life with her and accompany her. I don't wish for anything else." Pei Zi-yun looked at the young man and realized that he was indeed an infatuated man. He pondered for some time before saying, "When I was examining your body just now, I had an idea. Don't despair, there might be a way out." "Really?" The young man stood up. His eyes gleamed as he held onto Pei Zi-yun's hands. "Please save me, Master Top Scorer. I don't know much about medicine, but I do know Tao arts. Your condition seems to be caused by Tao arts, and has taken away your life." Pei Zi-yun said as he looked at the young man. "I'll use Tao arts to examine you. Perhaps I can find out more. Master Top Scorer, feel free to examine me." The young man gritted his teeth as he spoke. Pei Zi-yun nodded his head as he placed a hand on his wrist. He then activated his Tao arts and immersed his consciousness into his Yin Master. He then used his Tao energy to permeate his body. This body had long since dried up. Under the control of his Yin Master, Pei Zi-yun channeled his Tao energy into his body until it reached his heart. There, he saw a talisman. This talisman contained a strange energy as it was imprinted on his heart. Every time his heart beat, a trace of vitality would seep out from his body. When Pei Zi-yun gently touched the talisman seemed to be stimulated, as more vitality began to seep out from it. Pei Zi-yun retracted his Tao energy and opened his eyes to look at the young man. The young man had a complicated expression on his face, but he was surprised. "Master Top Scorer, I felt a numbness in my heart. It was as if the energy that I had lost for a long time had returned." Pei Zi-yun sighed. "You're not sick. You've been harmed by someone." As soon as Pei Zi-yun finished speaking, the joyful young man's face turned pale. He then raised his head and looked at Pei Zi-yun. "Who harmed me?" Pei Zi-yun shook his head. "I don't know. This is the first time I've seen such a technique. There's no record of it in the ancient records of Taoist sections." Not only was there no record of it in the ancient records of Taoist sects, this was the first time he had seen such a technique in his 2 lives. Even Master Top Scorer doesn't know? The young man gritted his teeth as he realized that the words he heard while he was unconscious might have been true. "What's the meaning of stealing my bones?" The young man wanted to get to the bottom of it. Bones refer to a cultivator's intelligence and potential. It's the essence of a cultivator's life. Pei Zi-yun spoke before he stopped, as the suspicion in his heart grew stronger. "Haha, all these years of suffering, I've been harmed by someone. I'm filled with hatred. If there's a chance in the future, I will kill this person." The young man had always been warm and gentle. At this point, his expression was contorted. It was just that he had been stimulated earlier, and his body was feeling slightly better. Now that he was agitated, he started coughing. The young man was on high alert, and kept his emotions in check. Pei Zi-yun looked at him and thought, as long as I set up a spell, and use my Tao energy to stimulate the talisman, I might be able to have sex with him. However, if I do that, my lifespan will be shortened. AI. Thinking up to this point, Pei Zi-yun sighed and put on a serious expression. "Young Master Fong, I'm not lying. Your body's life force has been drained, but there's another source of life force keeping you alive. If you continue like this and don't get angry, you might be able to live for another 10 or even 20 years. I have a Tao art that can increase your life force and allow you to have children. However, you only have 5 to 7 years left to live. You have to make your own decision." The young man thought for some time before biting his lip. He had made a decision. Everyone has to die. There are 3 ways to be unfilial. The worst is to not have children. I am a member of the Fong family, and have my obligations to the Fong family. I beg Master Top Scorer to help me in exchange for a child. Young Master Fong is indeed a hero, Pei Ziyun sighed. From all aspects, this young man had the potential to be a hero. It's a pity that the right time, right place, and right people didn't give him a chance. You don't have much life force left, and can only be activated at a critical moment. Go ahead and get married. I will set up an array in your room. In the future, if you wish to have sex, you can enter this room. But remember, every time you activate it, your lifespan will be shortened. Hence, you have to control yourself. Do not enter this room on normal days. Oh yes, we have to send some silver, rations, and cloth over. I understand, please help me, Master Top Scorer. The young man spoke with determination. He then smiled and paced around the room before saying, I shall get people to prepare for the wedding. I would like Master Top Scorer to rest in the village for the next 2 days, and help me with my Dao arts. Pei Ziyun nodded his head. All right, young Master Fong, please make the arrangements. The young man hesitated no longer as he shouted, Granny Lee. When Granny Lee entered the room, she heard his instructions. His body was weak and frail, and yet everything was carried out smoothly. Granny Lee revealed a look of joy. The young chieftain's body was weak, and for him to be able to carry on to the next generation, she was extremely loyal to him. She then revealed a look of joy and replied, Leave it to me. The next day, Granny Lee asked a matchmaker to arrange for an exchange of 8 characters and 8 characters. The 8 characters man said that there was nothing between them, and the Du family did not object. On the 3rd day, the Fong family sent people to carry the gifts to the Du household. There were 4 bolts of silk, 2 gold rings, a pair of gold earrings, and 80 taels of silver. Of course, the most important thing was the marriage certificate. The Du family returned the gifts and sent a 8 characters letter of approval. This signified that the marriage was official and not a concubine. After waiting for a day, the wedding was to be held on the 5th day. Although it seemed rushed, every step of the ceremony was carried out. The villagers were well aware of this, and the explanation given by the outsiders was very simple. Everyone knew that elementary scholar Fong's body was weak, and thus accepted this reason. Nobody suspected anything. That day, the sky had not yet brightened. Pei Ziyun slowly came out of meditation and felt refreshed. He then laughed bitterly. The cultivation of the human body is just barely passable. He stood up and saw everyone bustling about. The wedding hall had already been set up, and there were many sheds set up. The kitchen chefs were already slaughtering fish, chickens, cooking meat, and frying meatballs. The sheds were filled with a white mist, and the fragrance of meat permeated the air. As for sending out invitations, inviting the troupe, and arranging the banquet, they were all busy. The whole village was bustling with activity, and red 8 characters could be seen everywhere. Pei Ziyun did not disturb them, and walked along the corridor towards one of the rooms. Indeed, it was a bridal room, and there were 2 lanterns lit. He calmed himself down and felt the light coming from the lanterns. He thought to himself, the array has been set up, all that's left is to enter the bridal room. Pei Ziyun did not enter, and turned towards the ancestral hall at the back. The ancestral hall was not dark, and as soon as Pei Ziyun entered, he felt the difference between the inside and the outside. It was early summer outside, and the inside was dark and cold. He had experienced this feeling before in his own ancestral hall, but this time, it was even more obvious. The most important thing was that he felt a resistance like water. Pei Ziyun did not think much of it, and looked at the spirit tablet. As he walked in, he noticed that the spirit tablet was vibrating slightly. Seeing that the tablet was vibrating, Pei Ziyun knew that it was the ancestor of the Fong family, or rather, King Wei, who was enraged. He then said, King Wei, you rose to power because of the imperial qi and became a feudal lord. You even killed the Grand Preceptor. But times have changed, and the world of the living and the netherworld are worlds apart. The Fang family has been defeated, and the Wei country no longer exists. Your son does not have an official position, nor does he own 10,000 mu of land. His body is golden, and one look is enough to tell that he is extraordinary. If the Taoists from the Tao Records Department were to see him, he would be in big trouble. Do you still remember the Grand Preceptor's killing of the dragon veins? Who knows if the Su dynasty is doing the same? Chapter 266. Outside, the sound of firecrackers could be heard, and everyone was cheering. Pei Ziyun listened intently. After some time, he looked at the tablet and said, "There's no one around now. Let me be honest with you. Since ancient times, the Earth Dragon did not have green energy. This was a Taoist secret record, which was also recorded by the Imperial Court. The so-called hidden dragon veins were golden energy. Green energy was something only people of the Dao could have." Seeing that the tablet was still vibrating, Pei Ziyun sighed. "Even when a minister reaches the 4th rank, this is the extent of it. Your son has the golden energy, which is both a blessing and a curse. Even if you want to make a comeback, you have to think about whether you can pass it down. Yes, your son can marry someone else, and it will not affect his destiny. However, this golden energy is something that only a duke or marquis can have. If the imperial court checks that he is not a meritorious family, nor is he the son of King Wei, how do you think the imperial court will deal with him? With the Du family, her sins will not be too much. Hence, the rest will be reasonable, and the imperial court will not pay attention to it. The Fang family will be able to prosper and live peacefully. Furthermore, this place is filled with dragon qi, and she can slowly recover. In 100 years, or even hundreds of years, there might be a chance. Are you still not satisfied? Or do you want to take a gamble and bury your entire family? How long can you last underground? Do you want to prosper, or do you want to prosper? Choose one." Hearing this, the deity seat instantly quieted down. A gust of wind blew through the ancestral hall, and the 2 dim candles lit up again, illuminating the ancestral hall. "It's done." Pei Ziyun turned around and left. Time flew by, and soon it was dusk. The courtyard was filled with music and firecrackers. It was time for the groom to welcome the bride. Before long, Fang Yongjie was dressed in wedding attire, with a golden flower in his hair. The sedan chair entered, and the door was removed. A young girl dressed in makeup led the bride out of the sedan chair. She stepped onto the red carpet, and walked past the brazier before entering the main hall. Pei Ziyun stepped out and became the ceremonial official. Everyone in the village knew of Pei Ziyun's identity, and thus no one had any objections. A few people from outside the village did not know of Pei Ziyun. Seeing that the ceremonial officer was so young, they couldn't help but discuss amongst themselves. However, Pei Ziyun was a top scorer, a sect leader, and a Tao master. "First bow to heaven and earth." The 2 of them bowed to each other. The young lady with the red scarf on her face started sobbing uncontrollably. Although her sobs were soft and muffled by the sounds of the firecrackers outside, Pei Ziyun could still hear her clearly. She had discussed marriage 3 times, but all of them had resulted in her partner's accident. She had long been regarded as a bad husband in the village and had suffered the cold shoulder. Now she had married the person she liked. Naturally, she was crying tears of joy. "Second bow to your parents." The Du family's father had committed a grave sin, so he refused with the excuse of being bedridden. The Fang family only had a memorial tablet left, so both families set up empty seats and paid their respects to the sky. 3 couples bowed to each other. All of a sudden, a muffled sound of thunder could be heard from outside. Pei Ziyun was prepared for this. He opened his master and saw a strange scene. A mass of golden gas turned into a snake's shadow and appeared on the young man's body. Almost at the same time, a mass of grayish-black appeared on the bride's body. It looked like a black insect and pounced on the bride like a black poisonous snake. With a sizzling sound, the sins and blessings continued to fight in the air, canceling each other out. By the time the two of them stood up, most of the blessings had dissipated. What was left behind was a white and red aura. The aura of the blessings spread across the couple's body. Pei Ziyun frowned. There were still traces of sins on the bride's body that had not dissipated. However, it was not much, as the blessings had subsided. It's done. The sins have been dispelled. However, there are still traces of blessings. They have to be slowly worn down in the shelter. Once they leave the village, they might face some more trouble, but it won't be too serious. We'll talk about this in the future. Besides, this blessings are considered normal. It won't attract the attention of the Dao Records Department. To put it bluntly, Fang Yongjie can take the high scholars' examinations without being noticed. The ceremony is complete. Send them to the bridal chamber. Pei Ziyun waved his hands and sent the bride and groom into the bridal chamber. The bride was wearing a large red veil and looked extremely shy. The groom was looking at the door nervously. Pei Ziyun looked at the teenager and nodded his head, indicating for him to go ahead. The lanterns in the bridal chamber dimmed, and a bright light flashed. The teenager felt his body brimming with energy and was overjoyed. He stretched out his hand and pushed the bride down. Their lips touched and moaned. Of course, Pei Ziyun did not want to hear about the bridal chamber. After confirming that everything was going smoothly, he turned around and left. He then instructed Granny Li, "This bridal chamber is not to be changed. When your young master enters, someone must stand guard outside and not disturb him." Granny Li was a female official of the King of Wei and had seen much of the world. She then bowed, "Don't worry, Dao Master. I understand the pros and cons, and will not allow anyone to disturb us." Linshan County, Xie Qingdong spurred his horse forward. Whenever there was a waterway, he would dismount his horse and board a boat. Following the waterway, he reached Linshan County. Although he had tried his best, by the time he reached Linshan County, it was already afternoon. Xie Qingdong could feel the uneasiness in his heart getting stronger and stronger. He took a deep breath and looked around. He could vaguely see boats docked everywhere. There was an endless stream of people on the shore. Several people walked up to him and shouted, "Young master." Xie Qingdong leapt off the boat and asked, "How's the situation?" "Young master, the matchmaker in Wei Village found out that elementary scholar Fang was betrothed a few days ago. Today is the day of the wedding." "Bastard!" Xie Qingdong was extremely anxious. He didn't think that he would be late. He suppressed his anger and instructed, "Prepare a horse for me. We're going to Wei Village." "Yes, young master. The wind is blowing, please bring your raincoat." Xie Qingdong leapt onto one of the horses and wore his raincoat before saying, "One more person, follow me to the Wei family village." Dusk was approaching and the sky was getting darker. On both sides of the road, several dragonflies were flying low. An ox cart was moving at full speed. Xie Qingdong galloped all the way. Halfway through the journey, the wind started to pick up, causing the leaves to sway. Pa pa pa. Raindrops started to fall, landing on the raincoat. Following this, the rain got heavier and heavier. It was a vast expanse of white, causing people to feel pain. Amidst the rain, the horse suddenly slipped and neighed before falling to the ground. Xie Qingdong stepped onto the back of the horse and leaped onto the ground. "Stop, young master." The person following him hurriedly dismounted. "Give me the horse." Xie Qingdong leapt onto the horse and continued galloping. From afar, he could see Wei Village. The main entrance of Wei Village was decorated with lanterns. There were 2 lanterns that were fluttering in the wind. There seemed to be someone walking by the door. He was drunk and was swaying as he sang. Xie Dong leapt off the horse. When he saw this, his heart sank. He then spat out a mouthful of blood. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and his head started to hurt. Damn it, I'm late. This person was holding a jug of wine and a roasted chicken. He stopped singing. Tonight, young master's wedding is a joyous occasion. Come, I've brought you some wine and meat. The villager who was guarding the place laughed. I knew you wouldn't forget me. It's young master's big day, and the entire village is celebrating. How could we forget you? Come, have some wine. I have to keep watch, so I can only eat a little. Although this was what the villager said, his hands weren't slow at all. He reached out and tore apart the roasted chicken and started eating. Xie Dong clutched at his chest, feeling a sense of suffocation and pain. After some time, he wiped his lips. His entire body became a blur as he transformed into a shadow. He leapt into the air and entered the village. The entire village was decorated with red happiness characters. It was a festive occasion. Raindrops fell onto the roofs of the houses, and people could be heard drinking and chatting. Fong Mansion festive couplets were plastered on the walls, and 2 red lanterns were hung. The word happiness was plastered on top of them. Although it was raining, the people within the hut were still chattering. Xie Dong's shadow flickered as he entered the hut. All of a sudden, he felt an intense pain. If the pain he felt earlier was just a scratch, the pain he felt now was his internal organs being turned upside down. He spat out another mouthful of blood. It's too late. Xie Dong mumbled to himself. Seeing that there was no one in the room, he dashed into it. He focused his attention, and a bright light flashed. Dark Altar Mountain, Taoist Temple. The innermost room was very dark. There was only a single candle on top of the altar. The candle emitted a faint green glow, and looked extremely eerie. All of a sudden, a bright light flashed. It was a communication talisman. At the same time, the blind Taoist felt a surge of anger in his heart as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blind Taoist didn't pick it up immediately. He pinched his fingers together and calculated before wiping his lip. He wasn't angry but was instead elated. He laughed coldly. So this day has come for you. You thought you didn't need me anymore, and imprison me. Who would have thought you'd have to come and see me obediently? The blind Taoist laughed coldly before his face turned serious. He took the talisman, and at once, a small room appeared before him. Outside, it was raining heavily. There was no light, and Xie Dong's expression couldn't be seen clearly. However, his tone was calm. He spoke simply and asked, "What's going on? Could it be that Pei Ziyun found out about us?" The blind Taoist's expression was calm. Not likely. Although Fang Yongjie is the leader of the 3 Yes and 2 Guas, his nickname is Agua. His full name isn't Agua. Who would have guessed? The entire Taoist monastery was silent. It was a stark contrast to Xie Dong's pitter-patter of rain. The both of them remained silent for some time, knowing that there was a deep grudge between them. After some time, the blind Taoist spoke. "You've taken away his Tao root and Fate Qi. However, this Tao root and Fate Qi are actually attached to his life. The moment he dies, you'll be exposed to the heavenly will of this world. That's why you have to protect him and keep him alive." There was a backlash just now, and I'm sure it was caused by someone else. This is a fatal weakness. Actually, you could have moved him to Dark Altar Sect earlier. Hearing these words, Xie Dong's face was filled with anger. He then replied coldly, "I don't have control over Dark Altar Sect. How could I move him to Dark Altar Sect? I thought that the village guards would have my men protecting him from the shadows. Furthermore, he's an elementary scholar. Hiding in the village would be the safest place for him. I didn't expect things to turn out this way." The blind Taoist pondered for some time before raising his head. Both his eyes were bloodshot and bloodied. He then said, "Don't worry, I don't think he knows anything." "What do you mean?" Xie Dong's body trembled as he asked. The blind Taoist's tone was filled with sarcasm. "According to your description, regardless of the reason, Fang Yongjie is married." Pei Ziyun then activated Fang Yongjie's life force, allowing him to conceive a child. This way, Fang Yongjie's lifespan would be reduced to 5 to 7 years. This is extremely disadvantageous to you. The moment he activated it, the spell was broken. There's no turning back. You have to attain Tao within 5 to 7 years. If not, once Fang Yongjie dies, you will have to face the heavenly tribulation. You will be struck by the heavenly tribulation. The Lightning Lord will kill you. If you don't attain Tao, the only path left for you is death. But I said that Pei Ziyun doesn't know anything. If he knew, he would kill Fang Yongjie with a single blade. You would have to die immediately. Of course, the same goes for me. You shouldn't disturb him now. What kind of person is Pei Ziyun? The moment you show yourself, he will definitely be suspicious, unless you have the confidence to kill him in one fell swoop. Don't forget, the Een Master stage consists of consolidating equipment, connecting divinity, night wandering, removing records, and immortality. These are all part of the cultivation of immortality, and will not directly increase one's strength by much. The next step is to transform your physical body, and use your powers to interfere with the real world. Only then will there be a qualitative change. This kid's sword techniques are extremely profound. Do you have the confidence to kill him now? Chapter 267. I got it. Xie Dong deactivated the talisman, his face expressionless. The rain was getting heavier. Looking out, he could barely see the lanterns in the distance. The sound of raindrops hitting the leaves of the trees could be heard. Xie Dong calmed himself down and saw that there were people drinking. It was the guests, and some of them were already drunk. He then took out a black mask and put it on. In a flash, he was already out in the rain. He was still feeling indignant. The wind and rain were very strong. Pei Ziyun sat in a room at the back and did not participate in the commotion outside. He only had a plate of beef and a plate of peanuts to drink alone. He ignored the music and the voices outside and ignored them. All he did was call out, "System." A plum blossom appeared in front of him and grew bigger. It became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of his eyes as numbers appeared. Een Master, 4th level, 102. 3%. The last time I drank a cup of Gao Shuani's spiritual wine, I managed to reach 97%. Now that I've waited for a few days, it's finally complete. Een Master materialization, ascension, night roaming, removal of records, longevity. Once I reach the 5th level, I can roam the underworld freely. Once I am removed from the underworld, I will no longer be listed in the Book of Life and Death. Pei Ziyun sighed as he stretched out his hand. He could feel strands of spiritual energy being absorbed by his Een Master. In the blink of an eye, his Een Master was growing rapidly. He could sense it from tens of meters away. Just a simple outing. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he felt his body lighten. Everything before him had changed. He was still in the same room, but it was now gray and hazy. He could see his own body breathing weakly. His eyes were closed, as if he was asleep. Night roaming. Pei Ziyun understood what was happening. He stretched out his hand and realized that he could not touch anything. He hesitated for a while before reaching the door. The Taoist scriptures say that the first time a person roams, they cannot leave the room. At this point, a light breeze blew past. The wind was weak, but Pei Ziyun's body trembled. It was as if he was in the middle of a strong gust of wind. This is just the wind, there's another tribulation. Don't look at the room as it was before. Outside is the spiritual world. If I step out, I might get lost. The most important thing is that there might still be thunder and lightning. This isn't a good time to travel. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. Without hesitation, he returned to his own body. However, just as he was about to return, his expression changed as he turned to look in a certain direction. Without hesitation, he returned to his own body and sat up. There's an aura sneaking in. If not for the fact that I've advanced to the 5th level and my spirituality has greatly increased, I wouldn't have noticed it. Who is it? Pei Ziyun touched his sword and laughed coldly. He then continued eating the beef with his chopstick. After finishing a piece, he wiped his mouth and disappeared. In the next moment, Pei Ziyun appeared in the middle of the courtyard. He unsheathed his sword and threw it on the ground. He then spoke in a low voice, "Uninvited friend, come out." The rain started to fall, and the water in the courtyard started to bubble, slowly flowing into the ditch. Pei Ziyun looked in a direction, and was about to speak when a pring sound was heard as a black-robed man appeared. The moment the black-robed man appeared, Pei Ziyun paused. He felt as if the black-robed man had merged with the darkness of the night and the rain, as if he was one with the heavens and earth. One with the heavens? Pei Ziyun nodded his head and shook his head. So it's an expert from a Taoist sect. There was a limit to a person's strength, and it was impossible for him to connect the heavens and earth. However, God was able to deceive the senses. You don't seem to agree? The black-robed man spoke. His voice was unfamiliar. A little. I've met someone before, and he liked to put the concepts of inaction, nature, and one with the heavens into his martial arts. Pei Ziyun then recited, with Mount Tai on his back, his wings were like the clouds in the sky. He carried the clouds for 90,000 miles, and carried the blue sky on his back. At this point, he paused and said plainly, of course he was a fake. After that, a man who was pulling a cart got annoyed and beat him up. Even his teeth fell out. Of course you're 1,000 times better than him, but you're not the real deal either. The so-called one with the heavens, the so-called inaction, the so-called nature, all of these are just illusions created by the enemy. Your actual speed, strength, and sword techniques, have you seen any improvement? You've even grown 3 heads and 6 arms. As long as you understand this, the so-called one with the heavens isn't worth a single coin. Why is it that when Taoist experts fight one-on-one, they become like dogs and cats the moment they meet an armored soldier? That's the reason. The armored soldiers don't care what state you're in. When they unsheathe their blades, they're invincible. You have one with the heavens, I have my mace. If you have one with the heavens, I have my mace. If you have one with the heavens, I still have my mace. Don't even talk about the fact that the soldiers under orders have the chi to defend against your Tao technique. Even if they don't, how many of them can you infect with your Tao techniques? Under the mace, even their skulls would shatter. Under the flurry of blades, even an expert would die. Unless you've really connected the heavens and the earth, and your state of mind has turned into that of thunder and lightning. That's the Earth Immortal stage, right? Even if that's the case, even an Earth Immortal has its limits. If you think you're great, you'll still die if you're surrounded. Over the past few thousand years, there have been Taoists like you who have tried to do the same. Don't you agree? The black-robed man listened quietly. When Pei Ziyun finished, he sighed, "What a straightforward and insightful speech. But I'll say it again. You have to try your Tao techniques before you have the right to speak." As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Ziyun's vision turned black. It was as if the entire rainy night was magnified. The entire earth disappeared, and he became a raindrop floating in the air, as if he would never land on the ground. This feeling of terror was something he had only experienced in his previous life, when he read about black holes. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly, and his sword flashed. Zheng zheng zheng! In an instant, The sword flashed and hit a raindrop. The raindrop turned into another sword, flashed and intertwined with each other. The moment it touched, the two figures separated. Following that, the sword flashed and the man disappeared. The rainy night continued, but the state of mind had yet to be broken. With me around, there's no one. Pei Ziyun's silhouette slanted, and the sword flashed from the right. His silhouette flickered and suddenly clashed. Zheng! Sparks flew as Pei Ziyun's sword slashed through the air in a dazzling manner. Without any hesitation, he chased after the shadow of the man. The courtyard is only 3 feet wide. You're only 7 feet tall, where can you hide? Die. Just like how the government dealt with Taoists, even if you have a way to hide, with hundreds of crossbows shooting at the same time, you're dead. Zheng zheng zheng. The sword flashed and the two figures separated. Pei Ziyun stopped, and a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. The black-robed man stepped on the water and disappeared into the distance. Pei Ziyun's face darkened and he did not give chase. The rain fell on his face and gathered around his neck and flowed down his trousers to the ground. A bolt of lightning flashed and lit up everything. Pei Ziyun's clothes were torn and blood dripped from his wounds. Drought rain technique. Pei Ziyun wiped the blood on his body, and the wounds quickly turned into red lines. His face darkened as he returned to the eaves and looked at the 3 sword wounds. The entrance was not deep, but this was the first time he had met someone who was on par with him in terms of sword technique. Be it in the previous or current life, he had never heard of such a person. Damn it, who is this person? Pei Ziyun closed his eyes and thought. Although he had some guesses, he was still puzzled. If it's Xie Qingdong, the original owner's memories do not have such sword techniques. No, the original owner has never seen his sword technique. Xie Qingdong? Why did he avoid me? Could it be that there's something here that I haven't thought of? Pei Ziyun paced a few steps. If that's the case, what is it? Who else has their eyes on the Dragon Veins map? It's a mess, the truth is unclear, and I can't think straight. Pei Ziyun sighed and returned to his room. He lit up the extinguished candle. The room was dark, and there was no one around. Pei Ziyun took out the 2 Dragon Veins maps, and put them together, forming the Dragon Veins map. Everything under the heavens was within the map. Looking at it, Pei Ziyun understood. But this isn't too rare. Dragon Qi can form an acupoint, and the slightest difference can lead to a difference of 1,000 miles. After thousands of years, there have been countless versions of the Dragon Veins map. It can be said that when the dynasty unified the lands, the value of this map was only for reference. If one were to follow the instructions of the map, it might not even have any effect. No wonder Fang Yongjie handed it over so easily. It's just that I'm not looking for a dragon. Pei Ziyun's gaze swept across the map. Every single dragon was marked, except for one spot. Pei Ziyun reached out and touched it. Could it be here? The spot where Pei Ziyun touched was the border of Ying, Yong and Ding prefectures, Wangyu Mountain. Wangyu Mountain. The map is simple, but with a direction, I can go check it out. Let's set off tomorrow morning. Official Road Xie Qingdong led his horse and leapt up, riding in the rain. At this point, the rain had lessened, and he couldn't see clearly. He couldn't see his face, and could only touch it. His shirt was torn open, and inside was a red line. The bleeding had already stopped. How powerful! The assessment this time was meaningful. This is the first time I've seen him face to face. Pei Ziyun's martial arts and sword techniques are about the same level as mine. His cultivation level doesn't have much effect on him. He's too intelligent, and saw through the flaws of these thousands of years. Pei Ziyun's Dao arts are at the 5th level of the Yin Master level. How terrifying! Could it be that Free Cloud Mountain Paradise has such a strong support for the sect leader? However, my Dao arts are still above him. It's just that the moment I use my Dao arts, unless I can kill him, I'll be exposed. Killing Pei Ziyun would be difficult, unless I'm willing to suffer a severe injury. But before I achieve Dao, I cannot suffer such a heavy injury. Xie Qingdong pondered for some time before laughing. Since that's the case, should I go back and support King Lu in his ascension to the throne, and use the dragon chi to become an earth immortal? No, of course that's the right path. However, I have a feeling that Pei Ziyun's arrival here wasn't a coincidence. I have to wait a little longer. Chapter 268. Wang Yu Mountain. The mountain path was quiet, with green stone steps leading to the top. The group followed the shade of the trees and the stone steps up. On both sides of the road were the gardens of the previous dynasty. There were many Li palaces, and the mountains were filled with evergreen pines and cypresses. There were 3,000 steps, and halfway up the mountain was the Tiger Stone Pavilion. Halfway up the mountain was the Evening Illumination Pavilion. The scenery was beautiful, especially when it was covered by a thin layer of fog. Pei Ziyun arrived at a place, and as he neared the peak, the fog became thicker and the sky darkened. He saw a pavilion, and the sounds of insects could be heard from both sides of the forest. Pei Ziyun walked briskly through the crowd, and saw a young master talking to an elementary scholar. "Brotherly, I have somewhere else to go, please forgive me." They were bidding farewell. Hearing this, the young master laughed. "Brother Chen, we've agreed to go. Farewell." Pei Ziyun bowed and left. This group of people did not mind. They had only met Pei Ziyun by chance, and thus decided to travel together. This group of people headed towards the imperial cemetery of the previous dynasty. The scenery was beautiful, and one could admire the palace of the previous dynasty from afar. Pei Ziyun turned and followed the mountain path, until he reached the peak of a mountain. He saw mountains all around him, and a deep pool in the middle. The water in the pool was as white as snow and swirled around. Pei Ziyun sighed. So this is the direction. I thought it was a place that no one knew about? This was the place that Wang Yu Mountain had to visit, the Heavenly Fountain. Legend has it that this fountain was formed when an immortal fell into the mortal world and cried out to the heavens. As he neared the fountain, the sun shone down and illuminated the bottom. The water was clear, and the fine white sand could be seen clearly, reflecting the light. Around him was a milky white rock, with green moss growing on it. Silver-white striped fish swam in the water, and there was a small hole at the bottom of the water. Looking around, he saw a stone tablet. On it, there was a legend of the previous dynasty's emperor. Not far away there was a huge tree, its branches and leaves covered the entire area, providing shade. People have long discovered that the feng shui of this place is extremely good. Hence, in the past 300 years, many palaces have been built here. It seems like no one has been able to touch the real immortal dragon veins. This immortal dragon veins is truly extraordinary. Cannot be seen with the naked eye, and cannot be seen with the naked eye. It seems like I have to use the Yin spirit to observe it. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. He climbed up the tree, and when he reached the top, he hid in the leaves. He could observe his surroundings and react at any time. Pei Ziyun swept the branches clean and sat on the top of the tree. He scanned his surroundings and made sure that no one was around before closing his eyes and concentrating. Looking up and down, there was no feng shui qi in the entire mountain range. It seemed that there were only plants and living creatures. No matter where it is, there is energy. This place doesn't seem to have good geomancy, so there is only one possibility, and that is that there is an even larger dragon vein here. All of the Earth's energy has become nourishment. It must be an immortal Tao dragon vein, or else it wouldn't be like this. It's not like no one has seen this in the past few hundred years. Unfortunately, none of them have been able to find the way. The dragon vein devoured day and night, devouring all of the surrounding earth energy. One could see the beauty of the mountain range's nourishment. Perhaps there would be changes at specific times, or perhaps there were other reasons. He looked around but couldn't see a single spot. He thought to himself, "This mountain is huge, and I can't see the immortal Tao dragon vein. I can only wait until night falls." He took out a fried dough bag with cooked vegetables in it and used it. Night gradually fell, and some crickets were chirping in the mountains. Looking down from the top of the mountain, one could vaguely see the village, lit by oil lamps. The night was thick, and one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Pei Ziyun formed a hand seal and lit up a soothing incense in front of him. He was about to enter a trance state. The 10 stages of the Yin Master stage were: consolidating equipment, ascending spirit, night roaming, removing records, and longevity. He couldn't enter the Dragon Chi shelter, nor could he enter the deity Tao grounds. He could only roam the mountains at night, or travel through the bustling streets. He calmed himself down and focused his attention on his Yin Master. The Yin Master opened its eyes, and spiritual energy surrounded its body. Pei Ziyun leaped up and was about to rush out when he felt a sudden urge. Why do I feel uneasy when I'm out of the Yin Master stage? Something doesn't seem right. Pei Ziyun's Yin Master landed in front of his body and looked at his own body forming a hand seal. At this point, he felt as though he was soaking in a hot spring. It wasn't as cold as the first time. Yin Master roams 1,000 miles at night and can rush back anytime. This wasn't the first time Pei Ziyun had entered a trance state. He thought for a moment and pointed at the Yin Master stage, activating the array. The array revealed his body. His face was pale, and as his soul left his body, his physical body started to weaken. Seeing that it was completed, Pei Ziyun's heart sank. Underworld soil. This piece of land was gray and black. A beam of spiritual light shone down from the skies and landed on a desolate hill. Looking around, there were no living beings and no earth energy. Not to mention paradise. It was all empty. This place is so barren. It seems like this is where the immortal Tao dragon veins are. There should be earth energy here as well. As long as I can find earth energy, I can see how the immortal Tao dragon veins devours earth energy. A few 100 meters away, there was an ordinary-looking pavilion. Xie Dong was walking slowly, his robes fluttering in the wind. A huge seal hung around his neck. This seal was glowing faintly, and covered up Xie Dong's aura. "I've been following you for a long time, and finally my chance." Xie Dong stood under a huge tree, a cold smile on his face. He was less than a mile away from Pei Ziyun, and could easily kill him with a single strike. Just as he was about to attack, the huge seal lit up. Xie Dong stopped in his tracks. A warning array? He squinted his eyes and activated his true spirit. Looking ahead, he noticed that there was a dense layer of energy in front of him. It was a warning array. "My sword techniques are on par with yours. I attacked your physical body, and you had a protective array to defend yourself. I would need at least 3 breaths to reach you. But you only needed 2 breaths to turn around, and it became a fight. It's just that you dared to use your Yin spirit to travel far. I don't care what you're trying to find, but you've given me a chance. Even if you've reached the night wandering stage, the difference between the 10th and 5th level is too great. Killing you is easy. Since I can't kill your physical body, I'll kill your soul. That way, I won't have wasted my time chasing you for hundreds of kilometers. I even used an Earth-level immortal weapon to cover my tracks. Pei Ziyun, tonight shall be the day of your death." Xie Dong laughed coldly. He turned around and climbed up a tree. He took out an array and set it up as well. He then closed his eyes and recited a mantra. With a flash of light, the array was activated, and his Yin spirit leaped out. The entire place was barren. As far as the eye could see, everything was gray and black. There was no trace of life at all. Wherever one stepped on the ground, there was a thick layer of soul ashes. These were all accumulated by the souls of the dead. Xieching Dong's soul transformed into a giant. His body glowed with a faint red light, and he wore a golden Taoist robe. He glanced around and started searching. At this point, Pei Ziyun had also transformed into a translucent body of light. He walked to a hill and examined it carefully. The peak of the hill, or the place where there was a high chance of a fortune realm appearing, he searched through the thick layer of soul ashes. He searched 33 places in a row, but there was no trace of earth chi. Even the place where there was a high chance of a fortune realm appearing had no earth chi at all. He ran down a hill and suddenly saw a spring. Some earth chi was flowing out from a crack in the cliff. This bit of earth chi turned into a small pool of 1 meter wide. Pei Ziyun took a step forward and landed beside the pool. He stretched out his hand and touched the pool. Pooh! The touch turned into threads of spiritual chi. The pool was filled with earth chi. Pei Ziyun was overjoyed and wanted to investigate the crack in the cliff. All of a sudden, a ray of sword light fell from the sky. Pei Ziyun sensed it and dodged it. The sword light landed on the pool, causing it to explode. The earth chi lost control of the pool and started to dissipate. Pei Ziyun looked up into the sky in anger. A face that Pei Ziyun remembered so well appeared in the distance. Xieching Dong? Xieching Dong held a long sword in his hands. His body was like a giant, about 10 feet tall, and was emitting a faint red glow. Een Master is like a deity? Not good, this is a 10th level Een Master, an immortal Taoist. It's Xieching Dong? He's discovered me? That's why he's here to kill me? Pei Ziyun's expression changed. Xieching Dong looked at Pei Ziyun and smiled. I've finally met my Taoist friend. You've always been cautious, and even managed to repel the attacks of Dark Altar Sect. How could you be so careless today, and allow your Een Master to enter the underworld? Since that's the case, I shall accept this gift from fate. Xieching Dong didn't kill Pei Ziyun immediately. He was playing a game of cat and mouse. I can't fight him. Pei Ziyun looked at Xieching Dong and didn't think twice before turning around to escape. Where are you going? Seeing this, Xieching Dong laughed coldly. With a single point of his finger, a ray of sword chi flew towards Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun dodged it and the underworld mountain exploded. Damn it! Pei Ziyun cursed out, his face was extremely serious. He thought that with his sword techniques, he would be invincible. However, he didn't expect to meet Xieching Dong in the underworld. He didn't even dare to fight him. This was the difference between a 10th level cultivator and a 5th level cultivator. You won't be able to escape. Die. Xieching Dong smiled. He didn't know why, but he felt a sense of unease in his heart. It was as if something was about to happen, and he stopped teasing Pei Ziyun. The sword gleamed brightly as it shot towards Pei Ziyun. Everything in its path was destroyed, and the entire area was filled with ash and ashes. Boom! The faint sound of a dragon's roar could be heard as a ray of golden light flashed past. Pei Ziyun looked closely and saw a token in front of him. It was just that the sword gleamed and the token was broken. It's just a mere Crown Prince's token. It's not even the Crown Prince's decree, and yet it can only block one attack from me. Xieching Dong was taken aback. He then laughed coldly. Let's see what other treasures you have. Use them all. Pure Moon Monasteriet was located not too far away from the Eastern Gorge. The mountain wasn't tall, and there were many hills and gentle slope. This monastery was built in the 19th year of the Jin dynasty. The previous dynasty had destroyed it, and it was rebuilt. This monastery lasted for 7 years. The only places where the devotees could reach were the monastery, the Imperial Steel Pavilion, the front tower and the Hall of Wind and Rain. Perhaps it was because there were female cultivators here, but it was extremely lush. The main hall, the side palace and the pavilions were all hidden within. It was extremely beautiful and serene. At this point, in front of a secret chamber, the sect leader of Pure Moon sect was seated cross-legged. She was dressed in a Taoist robe, and her hair was draped over her shoulders. Her eyes were squinted, and she looked extremely nervous. Occasionally, a female cultivator would pass by, but they would be extremely careful and quiet. The reason was simple: Yi Su-er was trying to break through the gates of heaven. As night fell, the entire chamber was filled with silence. At this point, a 30-year-old woman walked over and spoke softly. "Master, you've waited for a long time. This is ginseng soup. Use it to wake up your spirit." The sect leader looked over and retrieved a bowl of ginseng soup. The soup was yellow in color and had a nice fragrance to it. She then smiled. "Thank you for being so thoughtful." As she spoke, she took out the soup. The sect leader then said, "Master, you're right. I'm here." Just as she was about to continue speaking, the entire chamber shook. The both of them turned around to look. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.